YouTube that was the speech that made Barack Obama president. And I don't remember it. So I want to dig in and find out what exactly it was that put Barack Obama onto the scene. I do remember he kind of came out of nowhere. So I'm curious what it is and if I can give this speech, if I can be president in 16 minutes.
Tonight is a particular honor for me because, let's face it, my presence on this stage is pretty unlikely.
Pause. Excellent pause. I love it already. I just got done watching Elon Musk, and this is a fantastic example of not filling with or uhs, just allowing that to happen. What he does do is he addresses different part of the audience with this pause. So check it out.
My presence on this stage is pretty unlikely. My father was a foreign student, born and raised in a small village in Kenya.
If you look, we talked about this 2-3 second rule, 2 to 3 seconds, and he just pans back. Now, is he actually able to focus in on an individual, which is actually what I recommend if you are speaking to a crowd, if you're in a boardroom or if you're in a classroom, it's helpful to find that one person in each section of the room that is actually engaged and looking at you and look them in the eye. I don't think he's able to, so he's probably just built this habit, or maybe he is. Maybe he can actually see individual people. And just as a point of comparison, not to pick on him, but if you look at Elon Musk, he often ignores this advice and tends to look at the floor during his presentations.
We did want to point this out and show that this actually does work. It's just not something that the average person could use effectively.
Through hard work and perseverance, my father got a scholarship to study in a magical place, America.
A lot of palm showing we see. A lot of gentle palm showing, friendly, inviting. You can see what's going on with his hands.
While studying here, my father met my mother. She was born in a town on the other side of the world, in Kansas.
Good. Reacting to the audience, letting some of that in. That's important because this isn't like the speeches this year. This isn't just to a camera. This is in front of people. So hearing them, reacting to them, that's going to cause them to give you back more. Something that you'll see in people who aren't as comfortable with public speaking is that they tend to ignore the audience and they'll focus instead on the speech in front of them or the lectern and the presentation basically more than the audience.
Hey guys.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil.
My parents shared not only an improbable love, they shared an abiding faith in the possibilities of this nation. They would give me an African name, Barack, or Blessed, believing that in a tolerant America, your name is no barrier to success. They imagined me going to the best schools.
And so the audience obviously here is America. And so he's giving the audience a fantastic reputation, right? He's saying in a tolerant America, your name is no barrier to success. And here he is speaking at the DNC. So this kind of stuff that hypes the audience, right? You see rock stars do it. How are we doing Philadelphia? I love this city, right? He, whether it's on purpose or not, is definitely speaking to the audience in a way that makes them feel good about themselves.
We gather to affirm the greatness of our nation. Not because of the height of our skyscrapers or the power of our military or the size of our economy. Our pride is based on a very simple premise.
So this is good. This creates mystery even within a single sentence. We do this not because thing one, thing two, thing three. All right, so we've already created some tension, some mystery. Well, what do we? You're taking some time here. Why are we so great? And then he pauses.
Military or the size of our economy. Our pride is based on a very simple premise.
What is it?
Summed up in a declaration made over 200 years ago.
He drags it out a little bit.
We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Okay, now we know.
That all men are created equal.
And right here, then we get that anticipation, kind of like when you know that a good punchline is coming and you just want it to happen.
For the workers I met in Galesburg, Illinois, who are losing their union jobs at the Maytag plant that's moving to Mexico, and now are having to compete with their own children for jobs that pay $7 an hour. More to do for the father that I met who was losing his job and choking back the tears, wondering.
And so what he's doing with this repetition and why this is important, and sometimes you'll see me do it when I'm giving examples in my video, is he's speaking to a broad, diverse audience, but he's giving specifics, very specifics. You know, $7 an hour, who's competing for a job, but he needs to feel like he's hitting each of the bases, that somebody out there can find something in one of these repetitions to identify with themselves. But, and this is important, you can't just say, for everybody, because that doesn't matter. This is the difficulty between the specific and the universal. You want to give a list of specifics because people will find at least one of those to connect with. But if you just say, we just have to do better for everybody, that doesn't create an image in people's heads. And what we need in order to feel moved are not abstract ideas simply, right? Those are important. But it's also something to tie into, to latch onto. And that's why these specific examples that are sometimes kind of drawn out exist in this speech.
Now, don't get me wrong. The people I meet in small towns and big cities, in diners and office parks.
It's everybody. He's not saying that the people I meet everywhere. It's the people I meet in small towns, big cities, diners. He's going to hit everybody, but he can't do it just by saying the people I meet everywhere, because that doesn't connect.
You know, a while back, I met a young man named Seamus in a VFW hall in East Moline, Illinois.
So here we go. Specific. And this is critical. I do this all the time, right? I'm speaking to you guys. I don't often speak in stories. Stories are so good for connecting with people. You just have to remember to tie it back to the universal. So let's see what he does.
Sure, I could have rented a Lamborghini for this ad to generate some false authority, and sure, I could have talked to you about how much my rent is for my mansion, but do you know what I'm more proud of? It's the 3,000 marketing agency owners, coaches, and consultants that I have successfully systemized client acquisition for. It's the 4.8 stars on Trustpilot across plus 723 reviews. It's the 0.4% refund and dispute rate we have on our.
He was a good-looking kid, 6'2", 6'3", clear-eyed with an easy smile. He told me he joined the Marines and was heading to Iraq the following week. And as I listened to him explain why he'd enlisted, the absolute faith he had in our country and its leaders, his devotion to duty and service, I thought, this young man was all that any of us might ever hope for in a child. But then I asked myself, are we serving Seamus as well as he's serving us? I thought of the 900 men and women, sons and daughters, husbands and wives, friends and neighbors who won't be returning to their own hometowns. I thought of the families I'd met who were struggling to get by without a loved one's full income, or whose loved ones had returned with a limb missing or nerves shattered, but still lacked long-term health benefits because they were reservists. When we send our young men and women into harm's way, we have a solemn obligation not to fudge the numbers or shade the truth about why they're going.
So imagine this. If he had just said from the start, when we send our young men and women in, we can't do this, it doesn't connect. But because we have a guy, Seamus, who is 6'2", good-looking kid, who's all these wonderful things, of course we can't let Seamus down like that. And so when we can come back to those individual stories, that is what people remember, that is what makes people motivated and persuaded. And Obama did a fantastic job in this speech of bouncing back and forth.
It's outside of Chicago who can't read. That matters to me even if it's not my child. If there's a senior citizen somewhere who can't pay for their prescription drugs and having to choose between medicine and the rent, that makes my life poorer even if it's not my grandparent.
Yep, the choice of I right here is really good, and I think this is when they talk about this making him president. This stuff is now sticking to him. He's the one that cares about these people. So if you're actually interested in taking this from something that you see Obama doing to something that you feel more comfortable doing, there's obviously a lot of pieces. You have to have the confidence to do this, but also there's technique, storytelling technique, gestures. And so the best thing that I know of for actually turning this from theory into something that you practice in your life is a course that I made called Charisma University. It's a 30-day program. It's all about taking tiny actions to start to make these sorts of things habits so that you feel a deep level of confidence, but that you're also nailing the specific techniques. And we cover a whole lot of them with regards to storytelling. So if you want to check that course out, you can do so with the link below. Like I said, it's the best thing that I know of to actually start installing charisma, making it a habit. And quite frankly, it might help you turn your next speech or next conversation into something that goes far better than you've ever seen before.
Now, even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics.
The enemy, the classic enemy. Who will the enemy be? Who's the bad guy? Now, in almost every story, there's going to be an enemy, right? If people are going to band together, and they need to feel like there's an outside force. This is kind of the plot, and I don't want to spoil it. Spoilers if you don't want to hear it, of Watchmen, right? That in order for humanity to band together, that Ozymandias has to come up with this extraterrestrial threat to get everyone to join forces against an enemy that we can unite against. Now, the question is, if you're running for president of the United States, who is your enemy? You do not want to make it the other party. This was a huge gaffe by Hillary with that whole box of deplorables. You know, she said that half of Trump voters were a box of deplorables.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Not a good look, because people identify as Trump voters, or at least did at that part of the election cycle. But who identifies as a spin master, right? Who's going to identify, oh, I'm the bad guy, I'm the spin master? And since I picked on him, this is actually something that Elon does pretty well. He definitely makes other car companies the enemies in some of his speeches, and that actually turns the fanboys to become more diehard for Tesla.
So it's actually hard to tell. It's hard to tell which is which, really. I took the brands off. We took the brands off, but it's hard to tell which is which with the brands off. They'll pretty much look the same. We need something different. And we need sustainable energy now.
In the end, that's what this election is about. Do we participate in a politics of cynicism, or do we participate in a politics of hope? John Kerry calls on us to hope. John Edwards calls on us to hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism here. The almost willful ignorance that thinks unemployment will go away if we just don't think about it, or healthcare crisis will solve itself if we just ignore it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something more substantial. It's the hope of slaves sitting around a fire singing freedom songs. The hope of immigrants setting out for distant shores. The hope of a young naval lieutenant bravely patrolling the Mekong Delta. The hope of a mill worker's son who dares to defy the odds. The hope of a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too. Hope.
So what he has really done, and I think why people say that this is what made him president, is that this speech has woven the American story and his story, and it's like his is the next chapter. This is what it was set up for, is kind of what this speech is not heavily implying, but intimating in a certain way. And it's, I mean, I'm buying it, you know?
America, tonight, if you feel the same energy that I do, if you feel the same urgency that I do, if you feel the same passion that I do, if you feel the same hopefulness that I do, if we do what we must do, then I have no doubt that all across the country, from Florida to Oregon,
Yep. I mean, yeah, I didn't know that he did this, but this is a direct homage to MLK's I Have a Dream speech.
Let freedom ring from the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee.
From Washington to Maine, the people will rise up in November, and John Kerry will be sworn in as president, and John Edwards will be sworn in as vice president, and this country will reclaim its promise, and out of this long political darkness, a brighter day will come. Thank you very much, everybody.
Honestly, the weakest part of this whole speech is the fact that he had to work John Kerry and John Edwards into it, right? I mean, he told it, really, this is his speech. This is the speech for him to be president, and quite frankly, upon watching it, I think it probably is what catapulted him. I'd have to look at the historical timeline, but it makes a lot of sense. He is a fantastic speaker. I did a video on him a long time ago. It's lower production quality, but even at the time, I check it out. He's very, very good at galvanizing a room and creating a sort of a unity, right? We are in this together, and this is where we are headed, and he addresses the concerns of the different factions inside there, makes everyone feel included, and switches effortlessly between the singular and the whole, right? It's not, one is not sacrificed for the other. It's just really, really, really good at what he does. And like I said before, if you see Obama or you see any of the people that we've covered on this channel and you feel like you would like to be more consistent in your own charisma so that you're coming across that confident, you might want to check out our course, Charisma University. Like I said, 30-day program, best thing that I've ever created with regards to learning charisma personally, and you can check that out, everything that includes, by clicking the link in the description below. So I hope that you've enjoyed this video, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
This will be a change.
Even the sweetest changes can be complicated. That goes for your taxes, too. With more than 950 million returns filed, we've helped clients tackle all kinds of firsts.
Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for clicking on this video. But why did you click on this video? Not even 10 seconds ago, you were mindlessly scrolling through your YouTube feed, and then you saw this title and thumbnail, and something in your brain had to know what it was about, so you clicked. But what was that something in your brain? Seriously, tell me, it might get my click rates up. But for real though, we've got a motor cortex, a visual cortex, an auditory cortex. But where do decisions come from? That question got a lot more complicated in the 1960s when a new surgery started being performed on people with extreme epilepsy. It was called a corpus callosotomy, or split brain surgery. Yeah, try to guess what they do. Yeah, they split the brain in half. Of course, the brain is already pretty much split in half between the left and right hemispheres, but they're connected at the bottom by a bundle of fibers called the corpus callosum. So yeah, they just kind of cut those fibers. This made it so the two halves of the brain couldn't communicate with each other, which sounds like it would be a huge problem. But believe it or not, they went on to live normal lives. This surgery didn't change people's personalities or ability to function, but there were some kind of weird things that came out of it. You know, things like their left hand would start drawing something and they didn't know why. It's like there was something in their right hemisphere that was trying to communicate. They were kind of like two different people in there. So if that's the case, the question becomes which one of those two entities are, you know, running things. The subject of split brain experiments has come up from time to time on this channel, but I don't think I've ever really done a full video on it. So I decided to do one because this topic is one of those things that just really caused this shift in like how I see the world, how I see other people, how I see myself. And it came from a book that I'll be sourcing quite a bit in this video, and I highly suggest you read it. It's called Who's in Charge by the neuroscientist Dr. Michael Gazzagna. Taking copious notes, as you can see. He did pioneering work on split brain patients in the 60s and 70s. He's written several books about it, done TED Talks. I'll link it all below. But the reason this book speaks to me, if I may, I don't know, get a little personal for a second, I've kind of always had this theory that there's different gnomes in my head. Obviously, I don't think that actual garden gnomes are living inside my skull. That's crazy. But like most people, I imagine, I do have kind of different voices in my head that have thoughts that bubble up from time to time, some of which I don't even agree with. Like, call it a defense mechanism, call it a rationalization of bad ideas or whatever, but that was kind of my way of explaining why I sometimes had conflicting ideas or had trouble making a decision, or like the negative thoughts that kind of take over sometimes. That's the negative gnome taking the wheel. Not much unlike the world that they created in the movie Inside Out, which I just saw for the first time fairly recently. And I've got to say, like, the way that they structure that world inside of her head to explain how memories work and emotions work, I thought it was brilliant. Something else I liked about the movie was that the stakes were so small, but it still felt like a big thing. Like the climax of this movie is a little girl telling her parents that she's sad. And it carried more emotional weight than all of these movies where like the world ending is at stake, you know? Anyway, the point is that this book and the split brain experiments that he talks about in this book seem to make the argument that my little gnome's explanation for how my thoughts work isn't too far off the mark. And that free will and consciousness is just an illusion. There's a lot to unpack here. So maybe we could start by asking the obvious question, which is, why were they cutting people's brains in half again? Yeah, it's a procedure called a corpus callosotomy, and they started doing it first back in the 1940s as kind of a last resort treatment for severe epilepsy. Here's how it works. When you have a seizure, what happens is that there's a surge of electrical signal that disrupts the normal firing of neurons across the brain. Depending on where this occurs in the brain, you'll experience different symptoms. For example, an ocular seizure might give you a flash of light. But the worst, of course, are the ones that spread over the entire brain. These can lead to temporary paralysis and convulsions, vomiting, basically everything you think of when you hear the word seizure. And in people who get these multiple times a day to the point that they can't even function normally and no treatments seem to stop it, well, the best option is to just contain it. So the corpus callosotomy is done to prevent the signals from spreading to the entire brain, so it stays in whatever hemisphere it started in. Kind of like a surge protector. The first corpus callosotomy was done in 1936 by a neurosurgeon named Walter Dandy, kind of on accident. He was removing a tumor on a patient's pineal gland, and it required him to cut through the corpus callosum to get to it. He reported that this had no real effect on his patient, which there had been a debate for a long time about what the corpus callosum was actually for. Like, was it actually involved in processing, or was it just structural, just kind of there to hold the brain together? The result of this experiment seemed to suggest the latter. Regardless, in 1940, William P. Van Wagenen decided to try a corpus callosotomy on an epilepsy patient, and he saw mixed results at first, but they were promising enough to continue experimenting with it. By the way, if this is all starting to sound kind of familiar, all of this happened about the same time as the lobotomies, which I covered fairly recently. This was basically the period of neuroscience when they started paying attention to the white matter fibers and cutting connections just to see what would happen. I should be clear though, while lobotomies were being handed out like candy, split brain surgeries were much more extreme and pretty controversial at the time, actually. This was only for people with a very specific, very debilitating condition, and even then it was only a last resort. It really wasn't until the 60s when two neuroscientists named Joseph Bogan and Philip Vogel kind of perfected the procedure, and it became thought of as an effective, safe treatment. But not without a few weird side effects. Like sometimes they had trouble getting their two hands to work together. One patient talked about how he had trouble buttoning his shirt because he'd be buttoning it up with one hand, and then his other hand would go behind it and unbutton everything that he had just buttoned. And stories like this just kept coming up, like patients whose hands would just grab things for no reason or would mess with the other hand, to the point that Joseph Bogan decided probably somebody should research this. Luckily, he knew just the perfect person to do this, a neuropsychologist named Roger Sperry. Roger Sperry was born and raised in Hartford, Connecticut, and went to Oberlin College on a scholarship where he originally wanted to major in English, but he took an intro to psychology class that sparked an interest in psychology. Yeah, the story goes that apparently his professor was disabled, so Roger Sperry kind of helped him to get around and took him to various places and stuff. So he wound up kind of sitting in on conversations that this professor was having with his colleagues, talking about their research, debating different psychological theories and whatnot, and he just got sucked into it. He just found it fascinating. So he got his master's degree in psychology and later a PhD from the University of Chicago, and then he went into his career. He became more interested in neuronal specificity and brain circuitry. Basically, like how different parts of the brain work and how they're connected. He did experiments on rats and salamanders that involved kind of rewiring their nerves, like in their legs and their eyes, to see if they could adjust. Spoiler alert, they couldn't. But through all of his research, he kind of became known as an expert in how different parts of the brain work and how they talk to each other. So, of course, Bogan thought that he would be just the right guy to study split brain patients, and of course, Sperry took him up on it because what an amazing opportunity. He did also do some experiments on animals before he went into his human research. I know none of us like to hear about animal experiments, but he did do some corpus callosotomies on some cats and tested them. Luckily, he didn't have to do the surgery on the split brain patients because, well, that had already been done. So Sperry found a group of Bogan's patients that were willing to volunteer for his tests, which focus on vision, language, and motor skills. This would involve showing words or images to the left or right visual fields to see how the different hemispheres handled it. This requires some explanation. As you may already know, the hemispheres are what they call contralateral, meaning the left hemisphere controls the right side of the body and the right hemisphere controls the left side of the body, also known by its technical term crisscross applesauce. But your eyes are a little bit weirder. It's not quite as simple as just each eye goes to the opposite hemisphere. They go to both hemispheres at the same time. What happens is the two optic nerves converge at a spot known as the optic chiasm, and there they split apart, with one split carrying the left visual field and the other one carrying the right visual field. And then the left visual field from both eyes gets sent to the right hemisphere, and the right visual field from both eyes gets sent to the left hemisphere. So it's still contralateral, but with extra steps. So if you're staring at my face right now, Zoe is in your right visual field. You're seeing her blessing you with both eyes, but it's the left side of the brain that's processing that image. Your right hemisphere literally can't see Zoe right now. But it knows she's there because the left side's sharing that information through the corpus callosum. But what if you don't have a corpus callosum? This is what Roger Sperry wanted to figure out. So he came up with a series of tests along with his graduate student, Michael Gazzagna, the guy who wrote this book. Sorry, I just have to clarify one more thing before I get into the result of that test. A lot of the basic functioning of the body takes place in what's called the subcortical region. This is an area that's actually shared by both hemispheres of the brain. This includes structures like the thalamus, the hippocampus, the amygdala, and a lot of other things that you probably never heard of. But these kind of handle the basic stuff like motor control, sensory processing, something they call proprioceptive sense, which is basically our sense of our body's position in space. So that's handled before everything gets split up. There's no one hemisphere that controls that. This also includes what Dr. Gazzagna calls an integrated spatial attention system, which is basically something that directs where the brain pays attention to things. So it's not like you could be doing homework with one side of your brain and gaming with the other side of the brain. That'd be nice though. Anyway, I know that was a lot of exposition, but it's just all stuff you kind of need to know before we get into the good stuff. So here comes the good stuff. So one of the first patients that they studied was a man named WJ. They kept their names anonymous for obvious reasons. WJ's test started out pretty simple. They showed him pictures and words in a right visual field, and then he was able to respond with his left hemisphere. A dog, a car, a spoon, easy. Easy because the language center is on the left side of your brain. But when they showed an image in his left visual field that went to his right side of the brain, he claimed that there was nothing there. Now this was a really big moment because up to this point there was still a bit of a debate around how much the corpus callosum controlled the flow of information between the two hemispheres. And this seemed to be indisputable proof because it wasn't that the right hemisphere couldn't see the object, it could see it just fine. It's that the language center of the brain is in the left hemisphere. So it literally didn't have the words to describe it. So based off of this, they tried a new experiment, this time with a basic flashing light. So what they did was they put his hands under a barrier so his eyes couldn't see his hands. And he gave each hand a button. And he told him whenever he saw a flash of light to click the button and then confirm it verbally by saying light. So they signaled his left hemisphere, he clicked the button, he said light. Then they signaled his right hemisphere. He clicked the button and then said, hey, why did I click that button? He didn't see the light, but the right hemisphere did. And it was able to communicate that it did, it just couldn't do it with language. It's kind of like the left hemisphere has a voice and the right doesn't. But now they were figuring out how to talk to the right hemisphere. And now things get a lot more interesting. These kind of results bore themselves out over and over and over again with other split brain patients as well. Like in one experiment, the left hand was placed in a box with a handful of objects in it. And then they flashed an image of the object in the right hemisphere and the left hand was able to feel around and pick out the right object. When they asked the patient why he grabbed that object, of course, he had no idea. And sometimes the patient could just draw the image. For example, they flashed an image of a bike at the right hemisphere of one patient, and then his left hand drew a bike.
New Airborne. 7 immune-supporting nutrients. Our most complete support yet.
I'm at the Home Internet Awards with the T-Mobile Home Internet guys. What's it like working with your best friend?
You make me feel safe, like T-Mobile's advanced cybersecurity.
And you're there for me 24/7, like T-Mobile's personal tech support. You're my rock.
You guys have made a lot of home internet commercials. What's changed?
But think about the experience that the patient is having. He's just sitting there, he's got a pencil in his left hand, and he's waiting for them to flash an image at him. And he's waiting. And then his left hand just draws a bike. These experiments would progress and become more complex over time, and they began to understand just how different their left and right brains really are. You know how we always talk about left brain people being analytical and right brain people being more creative, that whole thing? Well, here's how the two hemispheres are actually different. Basically, the right hemisphere was better with visual and spatial skills, and the left hemisphere was good with language. Like he described an experiment where the patient was flashed a picture of a pattern of colored blocks, and then he had to recreate it. And when they flashed the right hemisphere, the left hand was able to recreate it really easily, so the right hemisphere was really good at that. But when they did that with the left brain, the right hand it really struggled with it. In fact, there's one story of a patient who was struggling to put it together with his right hand, and his left hand kept trying to help. He had to actually sit on his left hand to keep it from trying to help the right hand out to solve the problem. According to Dr. Gazzagna, quote, the right hemisphere turned out to be specialized for such tasks as recognizing upright faces, focusing attention, and making perceptual distinctions. The left hemisphere was the intellectual. It specialized in language, speech, and intelligent behavior. There were also differences in logic and problem solving between the hemispheres. Like they'd show the right hemisphere a picture of water, and the guy would point to a picture of water. Then they show the picture of a pan, and the guy would point to a picture of a pan. But when they asked what they could do with those two items, the right hemisphere just couldn't quite figure that out. whereas the left hemisphere knew right away that you put the water in the pan. The right hemisphere also struggled to come up with inferences. Like in another experiment, they showed a picture of a match and then a picture of a wood pile, and they couldn't quite figure out that the next image in that series should be a burning wood pile. And in another experiment, the patient was shown the letter U and asked to turn it into a square using a choice of shapes, and the right brain couldn't do it, but the left brain had no problem. Like the right brain is very literal. Things just are what they are. He uses the example of a box of candy. So like if somebody gave you a box of candy, your right brain would just be like, yes, that is a box of candy. But your left brain will try to figure out why they gave you a box of candy. What this means is that both halves of the brain are experiencing consciousness, but very different kinds of consciousness. As Dr. Gazagana puts it, quote, "It was becoming apparent that the right hemisphere had its own rich mental life, quite different from that of the left." So right away, we can see that there's not just one consciousness going on inside our minds, there's two. But it actually gets crazier. Turns out, it's actually multiple modules inside each of the hemispheres that can display a kind of consciousness. And they have their own things to say. So you remember earlier when I was talking about, trying to imagine what it must be like for these split brain patients when their left hand just kind of randomly does something beyond their control, how weird that must be. Well, Sperry and Gazagana were wondering the same thing. So they began developing tests to see how patients explain these actions. Like the left brain normally has a gigabit internet connection with the right. They're sharing everything. But now it can only get information from seeing what the brain does externally, from the pictures that it points to and the words that it writes and whatnot. And if the left brain is more interpretive in wired to find patterns, what would it interpret from that? Turns out a lot. So in one experiment, a patient was shown a chicken claw to his left hemisphere and a snow scene to his right. He was then asked to choose a picture that related to what he was shown. So his right hand pointed to a picture of a chicken, which obviously makes sense because the guy saw a chicken foot, but then his left hand pointed to a shovel, which makes sense because his original picture was a snow scene. But he didn't consciously see the snow scene. So when they asked him why he selected that shovel, he said, quote, "Oh, that's simple. The chicken claw goes with the chicken, and you need a shovel to clean out the chicken shed." The left hemisphere, without hesitation, came up with a justification for what the right hemisphere chose. It didn't say, "I don't know," which would have been the correct answer. It didn't say, "Oh, maybe it's this, I'm just guessing." No, it confidently declared chicken poop. And this was a result that repeated itself over and over and over again. In another example, the word music was flashed to the left brain and a photo of a bell was flashed at the right brain. He was then given several images to choose from. These images were all musical instruments, by the way, including the bell. So the patient acknowledged that he'd read the word music with his speaking left brain, and then his left hand, controlled by his right brain, picked the bell image. When asked why he picked the bell over all the other musical instruments, the patient said, quote, "Well, the last time I heard any music was the bells banging outside here. There was a church across the street." Again, the left brain, having absolutely no idea that the right brain had seen a bell, confidently came up with a justification. One more example of this was an experiment where they flashed the word red to his left hemisphere and the image of a banana to his right hemisphere. He was then asked to draw a picture with his left hand out of an assortment of different colored pencils, so he picked the red pencil and he drew a banana. But when they asked him why he drew a banana, he said, quote, "It was the easiest to draw with his hand because this hand can pull down easier." Which, by the way, makes absolutely no sense, but that's what the interpreter came up with. And this was the name that they gave it, by the way. They call it the interpreter module. They also found the interpreter module hard at work explaining emotional triggers. So, for example, in one experiment, they showed the right hemisphere a scene from a fire safety video where a guy gets pushed into a fire, and the patient just reported that she only saw a white flash, but then afterwards she noticed a change in her mood. She said, quote, "I don't really know why, but I'm kind of scared. I feel jumpy. I think maybe I don't like this room, or maybe it's you. You're getting me nervous." In another experiment with a female patient, they flashed the picture of a pinup girl to her right hemisphere, and then, without knowing why, she kind of snickered a little. And when they asked her why she was laughing, she said that they had a funny machine.
If every time you see an ad, you just wanna, hi-ya, you need to download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites. It even blocks ads that you didn't even know were ads. Imagine being able to scroll and stream completely uninterrupted. And that's not even the best part. If you opt in, Pi will give you cashback rewards for ads that you do see. And if you're still not convinced, just ask the thousands of users who love Pi. So if you're tired of constant ads, check out Pi today.
Like, have you ever had a random mood change? Like, suddenly you just get angry or sad, and you don't know why? There's stuff going on in there. And in case you haven't noticed, in every single one of these examples, the interpreter module was wrong. often confidently wrong. It got limited amount of information and assumed it knew everything about it. Might as well call it the Dunning-Kruger module. And yet, this module is kind of running the brain, or at least navigating our thoughts. Its further testing revealed that the interpreter module is just one of multiple modules in the brain, all of them kind of black boxes. Like, we don't really know how they make their choices, but they make choices, and then the interpreter module justifies it. Like, for example, fMRI tests show that different areas of the brain would light up before a conscious decision was made to, say, take an action or to say something. That was a decision being made before the decision was made. This is basically how we live our lives, just walking around justifying the decisions and thoughts that pop into our heads from various random semi-conscious modules in our skull. This fact has been such a revelation for me because I don't really think of my thoughts and my actions as me doing it anymore. You know, I mean, yes, it's me. I'll get to the theory of mind around it in just a second, but it's a lot easier to look at your thoughts and beliefs objectively if you don't think of it as being part of you. Like when I have a thought that comes up, I don't know where it came from, so I can just ignore it if I don't like it. You know, it's not tied into my sense of self. My ideas aren't my identity. And it's a lot easier to change your mind on something if you don't have it tied to your identity. Also, once I understood that our brains are just constantly justifying things, just justification machines, basically, I find myself often just kind of pausing and asking myself, like, what am I justifying right now? It's usually when I'm procrastinating on work. Like, here's a crazy thing that we do. Have you ever noticed, like, that you felt anger or annoyance at someone after you've hurt them in some way? I mean, like we've all done it. We hurt people's feelings. We failed to live up to a promise, betrayed someone. It happens. That's life. But there's a psychological phenomenon that happens where, like, we know we hurt someone and we feel bad about it, but then that justification module kicks in and just sees that, you know, you feel bad and it has something to do with that guy. Well, that guy must have done something wrong. And then you wind up feeling resentment toward the person that you hurt, which is crazy, but we all do it. We are constantly justifying bad behavior and bad habits in the service of comfort or protection or just a dopamine hit. That's normal. It makes us human. But the awareness of it can kind of change your life. But the other mind-blowing part of it gets into questions of free will. Like, what is actually controlling our decisions? There are some that make the argument that this disproves free will, that our decisions are made by patterns of neurons firing in a predetermined manner, that we're not even consciously aware of our decisions at all. These guys call themselves determinists. Taken to an extreme, one might make the argument that nobody can be held accountable for their actions at all because they weren't the ones that made the decision to take that action. Yeah, seriously, try that in a court of law. It doesn't work. And this obviously can also be used by people who justify bad behavior because, well, I'm not the one who chose to do it. Obviously, this is a bit of a philosophical slippery slope. Like, you know, how do you have justice and accountability in the world if there's no free will? But also, how can you have free will when your decisions aren't your own? To find an answer to this, we have to go a little bit deeper into the nature of consciousness itself. It's time to talk about emergence theory. In Dr. Gazagana's book, he talks about the quantum world and how it operates on vastly different rules from the macro world. We've talked about it here on this channel a million times. But these atoms and subatomic particles that just don't play at all in the Newtonian or even Einsteinian rules that we experience, they mostly exist in probability states, actually. They manage to come together and combine to make physical matter. The air you're breathing, the chair you're sitting on, the building around you, even yourself. This is emergence theory, the idea that objects in one system can combine to create something entirely different in another system. And Gazagana talks about two forms of emergence, strong and weak emergence. He explains, quote, "There are two schools of thought on emergence. In weak emergence, the two properties arise as a result of interactions at an elemental level, and the emergent property is reducible to its individual components. That is, you can figure out the steps from one level to the next, which would be the deterministic view. Whereas in strong emergence, the new property is irreducible. It's more than the sum of its parts, and because of the amplification of random events, the laws cannot be predicted by an underlying fundamental theory or form an understanding of the laws of another level of organization." An example that's always used of emergence is how, like, millions of individual ants with very basic programming can come together and build giant ant colonies that are basically superorganisms with organization and structures that would be impossible for any one ant to conceptualize. One could draw the same conclusion about people, like forming cities or people forming the internet. But our brains work the same way. Actually, we have a few different levels of emergence. We have the atoms combining together to make the organic molecules that comprise the neurons. You have the neurons firing in patterns that create this, subconscious module that's going on in your head. And then you have the multiple modules coordinating to create our lived experience of consciousness. Actually, it's kind of funny. I've talked about octopuses in the past on here and how they have this seemingly alien form of intelligence where they essentially have 9 brains because each arm has a little mini brain controlling it with an executive brain that sort of manages all of it. It's like a hierarchical brain system that I've always thought was fascinating because it's hard for us to even conceptualize that. But it turns out in a lot of ways our brains work pretty much the same way. We have multiple semi-conscious modules that coordinate at times and jockey for position at times, with an executive justifier module that takes in all their signals and tries to make sense of it. And again, determinists would look at this and say that it's all pre-wiring, we have no conscious control over it, we are basically that guy from Men in Black with the Christopher Walken looking alien in his head. Drink the coffee.
It's a no mess laundry bliss. Clean those clothes just like this, 'cause I toss like this.
Arm & Hammer Power Sheets.
At Chamberlain University, we believe in the grit to be strong, belong to something greater.
So yeah, our feeling of free choice and agency over our actions is a bit of an illusion. Except, hold on, that doesn't make sense, does it? If our thoughts and actions are hardwired and controlled by some wizard behind the curtain, then how do we explain neuroplasticity? How do we learn new skills? How do we get better with practice? The fact is, according to the book anyway, consciousness is a result of both bottom-up and top-down causation. We are simultaneously making decisions on a subconscious level, but also shaping those decisions at a conscious level. It is possible, it's not easy, but it's possible, to change a pattern of negative thinking by being aware of it and replacing negative thoughts with positive thoughts. We do have, to various degrees, conscious control over our emotions and thoughts. In Dr. Gazagana's words, quote, "Action is made up of complementary components arising from within and from without. That is how the machine, the brain, works. Thus the idea of downward causation may be confusing our understanding. What is going on is the match between our ever-present multiple mental states and the impinging contextual forces within which it functions. Our interpreter then claims we freely made a choice." I guess to put the question of whether we have upward or downward causation in simpler terms.
Maybe both is happening at the same time.
So, do we have free will? Yes and no. A lot of our decisions, it seems, are hardwired and out of our control, but ultimately we do have conscious control over our actions. We do have agency. This isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Sadly, if you want to commit a crime and get away with it, you're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Be rich. Anyway, there's a lot more in this book that I couldn't fit into this video. It goes on into how our brains work socially, how we have mirror neurons that cause us to mimic other people subconsciously. It's a fascinating book and definitely worth a read. I'll put a link down in the description. But again, for me, there's actually something kind of freeing about the idea that there's a lot going on up there that I don't have control of. I don't have to beat myself up for my thoughts. I'm able to give myself a little grace when I mess up. It's just a much better headspace for me. Yeah, ironically, the idea that I'm not totally in control is kind of freeing. It gives me objectivity, and it makes me a lot less reactive. I truly believe that my life has been made better by having this understanding, and that's why I talk about it so much. That's why I made this video, because I genuinely think it can help you too. And even at a societal level, like if everybody had this understanding, I think we would be a lot better to ourselves, and we'd be a lot better to each other. Something else I can honestly say has made my life better is developing new personal hygiene habits. Specifically, when I stopped using cartridge razors and started shaving with this bad boy, the Henson razor. So here's the deal. If you were born after 1970, chances are you never actually used this kind of razor. You probably used one of these cartridge razors. And that's because right around that time, shaving companies started scamming us. That's right, I said scam. They realized that the real money is in the blades, so if they sold you a handle for next to nothing, they could jack up the prices of the blades by claiming they're special magical devices that can shave your face better than the other guy's blades. So they started adding more and more gimmicks to the cartridges. It started with 2 and then 3 blades. I think we're up to 5 or 6 blades now, with a lubricating strip and a bristle brush and Bluetooth connection and GPS navigation. I'm exaggerating, but you get the point. They keep hyping up these new innovations, which are really just reasons to raise the price even further. Cartridge blades are like $2 to $4 now. And the best part is, they don't even work very well. because the blades are just kind of loose and flexible, which means they kind of bounce and skip across the surface of your skin, producing what professionals call chatter, but what you and I might call ugh! This leads to skin irritation and razor burn, which we've all just kind of learned to accept at this point. Here's how Hinson fixes that. They use a basic two-sided blades that only cost 10 cents each, but they support them all the way across at a depth of just 27 microns. That's 0.0016 inches, thinner than a human hair. This constant support all the way across the blade prevents it from skipping and bouncing on your skin, and the perfect 30-degree angle gives it the optimum contact with the skin to get the closest shave. Yeah, the precision of the engineering on this thing is kind of absurd. They're actually made in a machine shop that produces aerospace parts, so they're designed to be insanely accurate. Seriously, the guys who make this razor have machined parts for the Mars Perseverance rover. They made stuff that's on Mars right now. The best part is the blades are cheap. They're totally recyclable, so you won't be dumping a bunch of plastic waste in your landfill. Even the razor itself is aluminum, so if for some reason you decide you don't want it anymore, even that can be recycled. Cost-wise, they've flipped the entire razor model on its head. So instead of making a cheap basic handle and then charging out the wazoo for, the rest of your life, you pay a little upfront for the razor, and then the blades are super cheap after that, literally 10 cents each. You make back the money you spend on the handle in like 6 months. And after that, you're literally saving money forever. In fact, if you go to hinsonshaving.com, throw a 100-pack of blades on your order, then enter the code SHAVINGWITHJOE at checkout, you'll get those blades for free. 100 blades, totally free. And you can get like 5 to 7 shaves out of each blade, so yeah, just do the math on how long those blades will last you. Seriously, I've been using Hinson for a couple of years now, and I'm maybe a quarter of the way through the box that's in my bathroom right now. You literally won't pay another dime on shaving for a couple of years after buying a Hinson razor. It's just a much smarter choice. So, speaking to whatever brain module is making your decisions, go check out Hinson Shaving at hinsonshaving.com. They've got razors in a variety of colors. You can splurge on a titanium version if you want, and yeah, use the code SHAVINGWITHJOE for the free blades. Hinson has been an amazing sponsor, and they make an amazing product, so thanks to Hinson, and thanks to you guys for checking them out. Alright, that's it for today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks so much for watching. If this is your first time here, maybe check out this video. It'll be on another psychological topic, because you clicked on this video for a reason. Brain stuff. Also, if you look on the sidebar, if you're on your browser, there's probably some other thumbnails down there that have my face on them. Go check them out, and if you enjoy them, I do invite you to subscribe. I come back with videos every Monday. And that's it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. You go out there now, have an eye-opening rest of the week. Stay safe, and I'll see you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care.
Looking for the extraordinary? We've got it. At Floor & Decor, we don't believe in having to choose between budget and style. And we don't think you should either. Spice up your kitchen with affordable design.
What's up, everybody? This is Charlie from Charisma on Command, and today I want to show you a video on how to be persuasive when you need people to change. Because the truth is, there are situations in our lives, like our social lives, where you don't have to be persuasive. If you don't get along with someone, guess what? You can just filter them out of your life and keep the people that are positive that lift you up. But in certain situations, particularly the working world, if you're in a large organization or you just have some people beneath you or you're trying to get some team to do something that you want, you are going to have to work with people who disagree with you, and you can't just filter them out. So you need to know how to be persuasive against obstinacy. So this video is going to show you Barack Obama speaking on one of the most recent shootings that happened just a few days ago at the time of this. And he follows these steps very, very well. Regardless of where your politics fall on this issue, there is a lot to learn from this. So let's dive in.
But as I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough.
So what you see right here, this is the first step, is you need to introduce the problem that you have in your organization, wherever you need people to change. Whatever you're doing is not working. And the first step is going to be to show that to people and associate pain to the status quo. So just watch what he does here.
It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America.
So there you go. There's the problem. There's the current pain, is that this is going to happen again, and it's going to suck, and we should all feel terrible about it. Now, I'm going to bounce around here a little bit because I want to show you as he continues this point right here to elicit further pain with the status quo.
Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this.
And you see the emotion that he's eliciting is like almost shame or embarrassment at how frequently this occurs. And he's going to go running into all these negative cultural feelings that we have associated with the different times this happened. And he does this right now.
We talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun.
So there you go. That is step one. This sucks. What we are living in right now is terrible. When people don't want to change, the first step is not to tell them how wonderful it'll be when they change or start to dealing with anything else. The first step is to get them moving. And to do that, you have to make them associate the status quo, the current action or inaction that they are taking, with serious pain. And he does that very well in the opening of this speech. I am going to bounce around and go back because I want to make this very clear. He does sort of go back and forth between some of these steps. But moving now, I want to show you the second step, which is going to be handling objections before people actually bring them up. You do not want to have to wait until after you talk for people to say, well, you didn't cover this or you didn't cover that or how are we supposed to do this? You need to preemptively handle any objections. And like 2/3 or 3/4 of this speech is just him handling the objections that he knows he's going to get. So let's check it out.
And it's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months.
So boom, there's your first objection. He goes through like 6 or 7 of these. I'm going to show you a couple of them as he bounces around. But you need to know, you need to put yourself into the shoes of the people that you're trying to convince. Why do they think it is impossible for them to change? Why do they think it isn't a good idea for them to change? And you need to cover that and deal with those objections first. It shouldn't be a dialogue where you go and they go, oh yeah, what about this? Because now they are dug into their position. The more you can preemptively address the objection, the less strong the objection becomes. So I wanted to show you a couple more examples at the risk of being pedantic here of this objection handling.
And what's become routine, of course, is the response of those who oppose any kind of common sense gun legislation. Right now, I can imagine the press release is being cranked out. We need more guns, they'll argue. Fewer gun safety laws.
The way to think about objections, oddly enough, what it reminds me of is the movie 8 Mile. The very last scene where Eminem is rapping against the guy. His rap that is the best scene in the entire movie is where he says everything that could be said negatively about him before his opposition. That's how to think about presenting these objections. You don't want to do it in a way where you just say it. You need to come up with a reason why those objections are not valid. But if you do that, you will leave the people who are naysayers, who do not want to change, with nothing to hold on to. So it's so important. Get in their shoes and think of the other objections that they might come up with.
There are scores of responsible gun owners in this country. They know that's not true.
So now we're moving into the third step, which is going to be consistency, right? We've associated the problem with pain. We've dealt with objections. Now what we need to do is convince people that the course of action that we want them to take is actually consistent with their current identity. You do not want to be convincing people that they need to make massive changes, even if the changes are really massive changes, because people naturally resist change. What they will move towards, though, is seeing that, hey, maybe this thing that I didn't realize is like me actually is, right? So that's why he says responsible gun owners. He's not trying to tell people, give up all your guns. He's saying the responsible thing to do, because you're a responsible person, aren't you, is to follow my course of action.
We know because of the polling that says the majority of Americans understand we should be changing these laws, including the majority of responsible, law-abiding gun owners.
The objection to what Obama says a lot of the times regarding guns is that if you follow the law and you're responsible, there's not a problem. He has grouped those people into his side and made them consistent with his beliefs by saying, look at the thing, look at the social proof. We've got all these polls that say this is what people like you want to do. Very, very powerful. And we're going to continue now with more and more handling of this consistency.
News organizations, because I won't put these facts forward, have news organizations tally up the number of Americans who've been killed through terrorist attacks over the last decade and the number of Americans who've been killed by gun violence, and post those side by side on your news reports. This won't be information coming from me, it will be coming from you.
I think this is the most brilliant part of the entire speech, and it's the part just a few days later that is getting the most coverage, because the news organizations did in fact do what he said. This is still step 3, consistency. You need to make people feel like it is part of their identity to change. And the way that you do this is not by preaching at them, showing them stats and statistics. You give them ownership of the argument. And that's what he's done here. He says, I'm not going to put this in front of you. You should go up, look up these numbers, do it on your own, and guess what happens when that occurs? The news stations, the people that are looking for these numbers, they retain personal ownership of this fact, and it begins to move them more than if Obama stood up there with a chart and said, look at this, you need to accept this. In that case, they'd be resistant, but because they're going and doing it on their own, there is implicit ownership there. So, so, so huge.
We spend over $1 trillion and pass countless laws and devote entire agencies to preventing terrorist attacks on our soil, and rightfully so.
So what's he doing it here? He is comparing something that people already are supportive of and already do, which is spending money to prevent terrorist attacks, right? A lot of money, and he says that's a great idea. He's on your side. And what he's about to do is take that pre-existing action and say why it's like what he wants you to do in the future. Again, if you need people to change, it is far, far easier to convince them that the thing that you want them to do is basically what they've been doing in the past with a shift. It's not this whole new thing. They don't have to become a brand new type of person. They don't have to give up their most deeply held values and beliefs. They just need to see things in a slightly different perspective. And if they do that, what they'll see is that this is actually the type of person they are. A responsible, gun-owning, law-abiding citizen is going to be someone who is in favor of these.
When Americans are killed in mine disasters, we work to make mines safer. When Americans are killed in floods and hurricanes, we make communities safer.
Again, you can see where he's going here. Still step 3. He's saying, look at all these things that we already do, how we already handle this. This is a logical extension. Gun safety is a logical extension of the way that we help protect people from weather and mines and all these kinds of things. The last thing that he's going to do here is going to be to make an ask. It's kind of a humbling ask right here. And he just says that he needs help.
I'd ask the American people to think about how they can get our government to change these laws. And this is not something I can do by myself. I've got to have a Congress, and I've got to have state legislatures.
So right here, Obama goes through and just lists all the people that he needs. But this is what you have to do at the end of any of these speeches that you're giving. If you're trying to get people on board, you cannot drag them. You need to say, I need your help, and ask at the end, because it is an ask. At the end of the day, you cannot make anyone do anything. That is not what persuasion is. It is getting them to want to do things, to take ownership over an idea that maybe started in your head, but that you helped cultivate in theirs. So those are the 5 steps. Actually, there's one that Barack Obama missed that I like to do whenever I'm trying to persuade people, which is the 4th step right before you ask, is to detail, in explicit detail, what it would look like if things went well with your new plan, so that you don't just have people running away from a status quo of pain, but you have them running towards something that is really exciting. So if you add those together, what you have is first, illustrate the problem and associate pain to it. Second, preemptively deal with any objections that you have researched and you know that your audience has. 3, convince them that your plan of action is actually consistent with the type of person that they are and the type of person that they want to be. It's a logical extension of their current value system, not a deviation from it. And then 4th, which is not seen here, paint the heaven that happens if they go in the direction that you'd like them to. And 5th, end with an ask. You cannot force them to, you need to just ask. So, hope that has been helpful. If you like these and want to get more of them on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel, thumbs up it, and of course, what is most helpful to me is if you write a comment with a specific video of a charisma breakdown that you'd like me to do, that helps so much. This is Charlie Houpert, and I hope you found this helpful.
Hey, this is Rob Ryder, Thursday, May 9th, 2013, and I've shown this before numerous times. This is my certified copy of Record of Birth. And, you know, it's always fascinated me with some of the things it says on here, like Robert Allen Gritluski, right, is a child, now remaining in my office, and the whole thereof, viz. And viz had a particular definition. Had to do with a finding of a jury and child, right? And then you got Gritluski, Robert Allen, right, which is where the idea for the true name came up, because your true name is your surname coupled with your given name and initials. And so your initials would be if you're a junior or a senior, I guess. But it's your true name, it's your surname with your given name. But for today, oh, and then so then it shows my parents with my mother's maiden name are in residence of Auburn, Michigan, place of birth, or birthplace of each, Michigan, right? So, but the bottom here, right, it's got in testimony whereof, so it's got a testimony statement on a particular day, Stephen Toth, the county clerk, and then the deputy clerk signed, and then they put the Circuit Court for the County of Bay. This is the Court of Record seal, and it's nice, beautiful gold seal. What's that got to do with anything? Well, it's going to have something to do with what I was talking to Juan earlier today about, with the fictitious name, and let me see. We'll talk about this form here later, but this is the one I would do for Kent County. So we're not going to start with this one, but I just want to show you at the bottom. It's got a testimony statement. It's got the county clerk's name. It's got a place for the deputy, right? County clerk, deputy. Deputy's going to sign. And there's room over here to put a big ass gold seal. And then this would be recorded in the Court of Record, which would be binding on the world. So this really started, this is where it is for Florida, right? It's fictitious name registration. Now Florida, you do it through the Secretary of State. Michigan, you do it through the county. In either case, I think it needs to go to the other, right? So there's 3 places this is going to be seen. It's going to be in the county, it's going to be in the state, and then Bobby found in Arizona where it looks like you can send it to the trademark division in the federal government. And then you will have trademarked your name, and it will become your, lack of a better term, your coat of arms, your armorial bearings. Nobody can use, you got a trademark name now. What we haven't done, that fictitious name exists, we haven't claimed it. And I had done a video earlier on this, and I think it was called Claim the Name, based on really the stuff we're talking about now. But what's bringing it up again, for those who didn't see the email or hear the call that I put on TalkShoe, and hell, I don't remember what my TalkShoe thing is, sorry. I did with Juan today at, what is today, did I say it was? May 9th. Where he has gone and done this fictitious thing here, right? So this is what the form looks like. Make it a little smaller to start with. This is for Florida. And application for registration of fictitious name. Juan filled one of these out. He got the certificate back. He took the certificate into a court case. He gave it to the judge. The attorney shows up for the court case. The attorney says probably the same things he says every time he's in a foreclosure to start the case off. And the judge looked over at Juan and said, "Do you object to that?" And Juan said, "Well, sure." Sustained. That's what the judge did, because all Juan brought in was this piece of paper. Well, not this, the certificate that shows that he has claimed the fictitious name. And I can't show his documents, right? I'm sorry, I can't show him. He doesn't want it out, but it starts with this form here. And so all he did on this form is you put the fictitious name to be registered. So this is your all capital letter name, first, middle, and last.
So after the flood, we end up with this character, Nimrod. I call him the post-flood man of many names. And in the two timeline charts that I developed regarding that time period, the 350 post-flood years of Noah's life, I start tracing, who came from who and the overlaps. It is neat. I guess Zach has a graphic also showing the overlaps of who lived, at the same time as somebody else. And it is really interesting when you see it visually, who they had access to for information. And after I did this timeline chart right here, I wanted to unpack that a little bit more. And I made this one because I realized there are two characters that show up about the same time. Nimrod shows up first, and then Abraham as Abram. And they are big time rivals. I mean, this is where it really, L.A. Marzulli has a book called The Cosmic Chess Match. And the idea behind the book is basically, God makes a move, the devil makes a move. This whole move and counter move kind of cosmic chess match taking place. And I thought that was a brilliant way of illustrating it, this whole idea of a cosmic chess match. These are the two main players on the board, as far as I'm concerned, Nimrod and Abraham. And of course, you have the Tower of Babel. Nimrod creates the Tower of Babel, and we see in Genesis 11 that the whole earth was of one language. They're all gathered together in the plains of Shinar, and they're building this thing. And it says in King James, "Let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven. And let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." And it says that God comes down there, he checks out what they're doing. He gets upset about it, and he makes a statement. He says, nothing will be restrained from that which they have imagined to do. That's an extraordinary statement. He's not just saying, oh no, they know how to build buildings. That's scary. If you get into what they had actually imagined to do, and we will in a second here, you can understand why God did what he did. Now, part of what they intended to do was kill God, which I don't believe is possible. Not possible to kill God, but the other things that they intended to do, his statement right there seems to imply that it was at least theoretically possible for them to do so. Now, if you've listened to any of my previous teachings prior to about 2.5 years ago, regarding the Tower of Babel, I always said it was not about height, right? I said, if it was really about height, if you're trying to build a tall tower to get into, and start on a mountain or something, you don't build it in the plains. I mean, that'd be stupid, right? So therefore, it must be a Stargate. Right? They're trying to rend the veil, they're creating a Stargate so they can go from this realm and go through the Stargate and get into heaven. And there are a lot of people out there still teaching that. I taught it and was pretty passionate about it. And then it's just like this, walking in Torah. Before we should have BT before Christ, but before Torah, BT, right? In my BT life, there's so many things that we read right past, read right over. I even underlined and annotated stuff and didn't get it. And then, after Torah, I look at it and go, wow, how did I miss that? Well, I mean, it's the same thing with some of this other stuff that I'm looking at here. And I've even published the book. I got Jubilees back there and some of these other ones. And I look in these things for more detail about the Tower of Babel and see things like this. And they built it 43 years they were building it. And it also says there's about 600,000 men at the time. So there's a pretty decent population. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was a third of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 cubits and 2 palms. The extent of one wall was 13 stades, and of the other 30 in Jubilees 10:21. Note, 5,433 cubits equals 8,150 feet. Another guy I stumbled across his research, Alfred Edersheim, wrote a book, Bible History, Old Testament, chapter 8. He says, of the magnificence of Babel, the capital of the empire of Nimrod, the mighty hunter, it is difficult to convey an adequate conception without entering into details foreign to our purpose. But some idea of it may be formed from its extent, which according to the lowest computation covered no less than 100 square miles. We're talking the base of the tower, while the highest computation would make it over 200 square miles. Well, now all of a sudden I'm going, well, no wonder they built it in the plains of Shinar. They needed a big enough space to build a base for a building that big. That's one huge structure. Joshua even goes so far to tell you that it took a year to get to the top of the thing. And they were building, making the bricks and stuff like that. And if a brick fell, man, everybody was upset. They would mourn the brick. But if a dude a guy fell down, nobody cared. Because it was a big labor that they were going through there. And it says in the Joshua account, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. Goes into greater detail and says all these people and all their families divided themselves into three parts. The first said, we will ascend to heaven and fight against him. The second said, we will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them. And the third part said, we will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And God knew their works and all their evil thoughts, and he saw the city and the tower which they were building. Then it goes on to say how he was upset about it and confounds their language. So their plan was, they had three camps to get in there and take out the angels, take out the throne room, get rid of God, and set up their own gods, and presumably Nimrod to be king of the everything. So we pick up in Genesis, right? He confounds the languages. Now, if you look through lots of ancient Hebrew literature, you'll see that they believe that there were 70 different languages that came out of the Tower of Babel, 70 different nations. I believe Hebrew was the original language, the language of God, and I believe through Abraham, the language of Hebrew was retained. And then you got 69 other people groups speaking 69 other languages. And in the cosmic chess match scenario, I see sort of like this vision of God saying to Satan, okay, you want to take me on? Fine. I'll give you 69. I'll take one. Give it your best shot. And then you have all these people going off with different languages, 69 different languages, talking about the same guy who was their former leader. But now his character becomes known by a number of different names through different cultures. These are just a few. Gilgamesh, Baal, Melkart, Adonis, Dumuzi, Dionysus, Bacchus, Mithra, Orion, Apollo, Tammuz, Osiris. And when you study these characters, and there are others out there, and I got to give credit where credit is due. Peter Goodgame was the first person that I read to put a lot of these parallels together and showing the synchronicities and stuff. And that's what's got me started down the path. Once I went down that path, you start seeing characteristics of these gods, and many of them are almost identical. And you start saying, well, they're too similar to not be the same, and even in the way they're depicted often. So these are just a few that I tend to focus on. And I believe this helps us to identify the beast. Now, this, thus saith the Lord, this is thus thinketh Rob, looking at the text. Because I believe the scriptures tell us everything we need to know. Amos 3:7, God says, I'm not going to do anything except to tell the prophets first what I'm going to do. So you have Yeshua saying that the last days are going to be such that there's never been a time like it, and there never will be a time ever again like it. It's the most significant time in all of human history, the end times. So do you think he's going to leave us hanging concerning the identity of the characters that are going to play a part in the last days? I don't. I think he's going to tell us exactly who we're dealing with. So that's the premise that I launched my research with, and takes us to a section I call Identifying the Beast. And there are lots of scriptures that talk about the end times tyrant, the Assyrian, the beast, the lawless one, the Antichrist. I'm going to kind of work backwards. Look at Revelation 17, 8-11. The beast that thou sawest was and is not and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit. Stop. Where does the beast come from? So he's not coming from Hawaii or Kenya or the United Nations or New York or the Vatican. How many have you heard one or all of those is where the beast is, the Antichrist is coming? He's coming from the European Union. He's coming from the Vatican. He's coming from Kenya, everybody knows Obama's the Antichrist. I mean, we have a very Amero-centric view of prophecy sometimes. It's like every president we've had is a candidate for the Antichrist. I mean, I don't vote. I don't believe in the system. If you see my Babylon Rising material, you know why. It's just the whole thing's rigged for one thing. But I was kind of just sitting back going, I wonder what's going to happen if Hillary gets in. Because I want to see all the eschatology guys out there tap dancing to explain why she's going to be the Antichrist. Because somebody's going to do it. Our president's always got to be the Antichrist. It says he's coming from the bottomless pit. I'm not going to look anywhere else but there. That's what the scriptures say. This is an open book test. Where does the beast come from? The bottomless pit. Okay. And he will go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. That's interesting. We see that a few times, don't we? The one who was and is not and yet shall be. How is Yeshua referred to in the beginning of the book? One who was and is to come. So we have an antithesis here. The one who was and is not, but yet shall be. And here's the mind that has wisdom. The 7 heads, we've got this weird beast. This is one of those situations where I believe if it's going to speak in allegorical, metaphorical, symbolic terms, you need to, look at it and see, does a character show up to explain it? Otherwise, can I take it literally or should I take it as a metaphor? Well, here we've got a symbol. We've got this beast with 7 heads. You have this angel showing up to explain it. He says the beast that he had seen, the 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. We've just been given an enormous amount of detail to understand who this character is right here. Now, you'll notice it says kings. That's because the word that's used there is the word, the word in English, kings, is basileus, Strong's number 935. It's defined as a king, ruler, emperor, etc. John did not use the closely related word basileus, Strong's number 932, which means a kingship, sovereignty, kingdom. A lot of people who teach on end times always want to make this kingdom. These are 7 kingdoms. It says kings. Use the word for kings, individuals, people. 5 people have fallen. Yes, now people rule kingdoms. So when they fell, maybe their kingdoms fell, but the focus here is on 5 people because we're trying to identify the beast, who is an 8th, but is of the 7, right? Because he was, is not currently, but yet shall be. So thinking about people throughout biblical history who had Antichrist-like characteristics, Peter Goodgame put together a list that after I looked through it and saw his reasoning for it, agreed with, and with slight variations, but he reasoned 5 had fallen. Thinking about people in the Bible that have Antichrist-like characteristics, you have Nimrod, obviously. He creates a one world, the New World Order, there's nothing new about it. It's just a rerun, especially when you consider everything about the New World Order and the all-seeing eye and the back of your dollar bill and all of that stuff, all goes back to worship of Osiris. Secret societies are all about Osiris. And if Osiris is Nimrod, well, there you go. There's nothing new under the sun. He's obviously a great type for Antichrist. The Pharaoh of Egypt at the time of the Exodus thought himself to be a god, decided to wipe out God's people. Great candidate. Sennacherib, same thing, Assyrian, thought himself a god, decided to try to wipe out God's people. The angel, he goes home, and the angel of the Lord wipes out, I think it was 180,000 troops in one night or something like that. Interesting character. King of Tyre, you start reading about him. It starts off talking about a man, but then the description spins off into characteristics of Satan. So clearly he has some kind of affiliation with the devil. Antiochus Epiphanes, now he would be in, depending on your Bible, would be in what, if you have your 66 book King James, you would say it's in the intertestament period. If you have the original King James, which had 80 books, you can read the Maccabees and see that he is there as a character who, if you know the account, he went into the temple and set up a statue of Zeus on December 25th, incidentally, offered up a pig. And actually Maccabees, I think it's 1 Maccabees 4, if I'm not mistaken, tells you point blank that the act of bringing a pig into the temple and sacrificing it there was called the abomination of desolation. That's what it's called, bringing a pig into the temple. And as soon as we were reading this, Sheila says to me, she goes, wow, so what does that mean if we bring pig into our temple? Just food for thought. Alexander the Great is another interesting character that I could consider as an alternative to number 5. You look at his life and what he did. He's the he-goat in the book of Daniel, and it says that he has a little horn between his eyes, and the little horn is the first king. I'm going, well, what's the first king? It was not the first king of Greece or anything else at that time. If it's representing the first king that we have any record of, biblically speaking, is Nimrod. So it seemed that he had done whatever he did in a similar rebellious fashion as Nimrod, to me anyway. The one that now is, at the time of John, that depends on when you think is, as Bill Clinton would say. What's the definition of is? Really, dude? That depends on when you think John wrote the book of Revelation. Some people believe that he wrote it before the destruction of the temple. Some people believe that he wrote it after the destruction of the temple. 90 AD is what I was raised to believe. Either way, you end up with a Caesar. It's either Nero or Domitian. Either one are good candidates. They always thought they were gods and certainly persecuted God's people. And then we read about one that will come, but his reign will be short. And I think a reasonable case could be made for Adolf Hitler. And I think a lot of people that lived during that time probably thought they were living in the tribulation. Speculation, of course. Let's look at Revelation 13 now. Somebody mentioned the deadly wound. Well, we got to keep this all in the same context. We're talking about a beast here. It says, and I saw one of the heads of the beast with 7 heads, as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. Okay, so if we accept this list as a reasonable list for what's spoken of in Revelation 17, let's see who had a mortal head wound. Well, Nimrod did. According to Joshua, Esau cut his head off. That's a head wound. Pharaoh at the time of Egypt did not. Sennacherib did not. King of Tyre did not. Antiochus Epiphanes, no. Alexander the Great, no. Nero, sort of. It said that he stabbed himself in the throat, and by the Hebrew reckoning, you might consider that part of the head proper. So let's, for the sake of argument, say that he's a candidate. And according to history, supposedly Hitler shot himself in the head, although recent forensic evidence says otherwise, that the skull was actually that of a female and that he escaped to either Antarctica or Argentina, but that's a whole other seminar. So when you look at other definitions for the Antichrist throughout Scripture, especially the Old Testament, one of the phrases or one of the terms you hear most often is the Assyrian. The Assyrian in the last days. Which one of these guys is an Assyrian? That's all you got left by process of elimination. And then you look at Revelation 13:4, and they worship the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? That is very similar to a statement in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Again, Gilgamesh being one of the stories about this character. Who can compare with him? Kingliness. Who can say like Gilgamesh, I am king? The concept there is, whoa, who's like this guy? And he was a giant. In fact, if you go back to the narrative in Genesis chapter 9, is it 9 or 10? 9 or 10, I think it's 10, when it's talking about, 10, the Table of Nations, and talking about Nimrod, it says that Nimrod began to be a mighty one in the earth. That's what you get in King James. If you look up the word mighty one, it's Gabor, plural being Gaborim. That word can be translated as giant. In fact, in the Septuagint, it is translated as giant. It says Nimrod began to become a giant. Now, both definitions are correct, mighty one or giant. Both are applicable to the word Gabor, Gaborim. But David had mighty men too, didn't he? And David, he was out there with his mighty men out killing giants. So what's the difference? Well, this is where I see value in using something like the Septuagint, because you have the Hebrew scholars with their Hebrew language and their Hebrew context. They know the context of their history and everything. They translated the exact same word, Gabor or Gaborim, 2 different ways, depending on who we're talking about. When it was talking about Genesis 6, giants, it used gigantus, from which we get the word gigantic or giant. In the case of Nimrod, the same word, gigantus, word we use for giant. David's mighty men, ton dynatos, which just basically means strong, powerful warrior. So they knew the difference. The word began has a sexual connotation to it. It's used the same word that is translated as began in King James, began to become, is translated elsewhere as sexual defilement and prostitution. So looking at the text, it appears that through some sort of sexual ritual, I would say, he defiled himself and it changed him in such a way that he began to become a giant. That's in the canonized text. When you look in the other texts, you see these characters are also giants, like Gilgamesh. So let's go with that premise. Let's compare Nimrod with Yeshua. Well, we know that Yeshua is the Son of God, right? And he was also manifest as flesh, as man, right? Gilgamesh was said to be 1/3 man and 2/3 God, 1/3 being 33.33%, and 2/3 being what? Six. Okay, just checking. All right. Is Osiris, he was known as the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's a familiar title. As Osiris, Mithra, Tammuz, etc., his symbol was a cross. In the Egyptian, it'd be the Ankh, which the hoop in the Ankh represents resurrection. Interesting. He's depicted throughout multiple cultures as a dying and resurrecting figure. Of course, as Apollo and some of these other ones, as the Son of God, in that case, Zeus, which is interesting because Zeus is referred to basically as Satan in the book of Revelation, where it talks about Pergamum, and they had the altar of Satan there. Well, the altar of Satan was the altar of Zeus that was in Pergamum, that was relocated during World War II to Berlin. Interesting. And Obama created a replica of the seat of Satan for his Denver, Colorado acceptance speech. That's when everybody's like, he's the Antichrist, he's the Antichrist. Like, no. For some reason, I just have a hard time accepting the fact that the Antichrist needs a teleprompter to address the sixth graders. Not that impressed. Who is like that? Who can make war with that? Yeah, it's not working for me. Rules from elsewhere. And of course, we have Yahuwah in heaven and Osiris as the god of the dead ruling from the underworld in Hades. Then we have the Antichrist mentioned by name in Revelation chapter 9. Where does the beast come from? Open book test, right? We saw that, the bottomless pit. Beast comes from the bottomless pit. When is the bottomless pit opened? At the fifth trumpet, Revelation chapter 9. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, or messenger, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, and in the Greek hath his tongue Apollyon. Apollyon is just a derivative spelling of Apollo. Scripture just told you who the Antichrist is by name. Where he comes from, everything. Apollo. It's Apollo. Revelation 9:11. 9:11, interesting also. His number is 666. Well, we talked about his being 1/3 man. Man is a carbon-based organism, so it is the number of a man, right? 666. Well, man, just by default, by the carbon molecule anyway, would be 666. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. 2/3 God, 66.6%. This individual is known throughout the world by the depiction of an obelisk. I'm not going to get too graphic about why that is. Read the Osiris myth, you'll understand that. Essentially, it's a big phallic symbol. We have the largest phallic symbol in the world, set up in Washington, D.C., as a big middle finger sticking up to God. It just so happens to be 6,666 inches tall by 666 inches wide. Probably just a coincidence, I'm sure. Speaking of coincidences, we also have another interesting one here. The spinning globe, 666, and the strong delusion. Who sends the strong delusion? God does. Why? Go to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. The coming of the lawless one, the beast, the Antichrist, will be, and it's interesting that he's called the lawless one too, isn't it? Sheila's always like, if we're not supposed to be keeping the Torah, why does God make a big deal out of a lawless one? And all of our holidays, quote unquote, beast feasts, go back to this guy. December 25th, dying and resurrecting sun god of antiquity, all that stuff goes back to this guy. The lawless one. The people who are doing the Christmas and Easter, Xmas and Ishtar Day, are the same people typically that are arguing against what we're talking about here this weekend. Well, that all goes back to the lawless one. The coming of the lawless one will be accompanied by the power of Satan. He will use every kind of power, including miraculous signs, lying wonders. Ooh, look at the Hubble pictures from the space telescope. And every type of evil to deceive those who are dying, those who refuse to love the truth that would save them. For this reason, for the reason of people not wanting to believe the truth, it says God will send them a powerful delusion so that they will believe the lie. Then all who have not believed the truth but have taken pleasure in unrighteousness will be condemned. So much of the globe model, and I'm going to show you this to you in a minute, points to the number 666 over and over and over again. This is about the lawless one, whose number is 666. Lots of signs and lying wonders, I believe, come from NASA on a regular basis. But by way of review, let's just go back and see what the scriptures have to say. And since I'm the village idiot, I'll let Dr. Michael Heiser start this off.
Proverbs 8, when he established the heavens, I was there when he drew a circle on the face of the deep. Circular. He made firm the skies above, so on and so forth. Here's an interesting one. He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness.
How do you inscribe an orbit? Hold that thought. Let that one bounce around in your noodle for a while. We'll come back to it. When you consider the numerous scriptures that reference the heavenly luminaries in motion and combine it with the many scriptures that describe the earth as being set on a firm foundation of pillars, fixed and not moving, plus the fact that Isaiah's circle was inscribed, if we were to employ the principle of Occam's razor, clearly the position that requires the fewest assumptions is that of the circular still flat earth. Everything else is wishful thinking at best. And that wishful thinking requires constant mental gymnastics, as we will see over the course of this series, in order to justify the spinning heliocentric globular Earth mentality. And once again, let's go to Bible.cc, shall we? And look at Isaiah 40:22. And I'm using this function right here. You can also use a parallel function right here for English. These are all the English Bible translations. Okay. New International, circle the earth. New Living Translation, circle the earth. English Standard, circle the earth. New American Standard, circle the earth. King James, circle the earth. Holman Christian Standard, circle of the earth. International, he who sits on the disk of the earth. Net Bible, oh, that's interesting. They come up with horizon, which is not what the word hug means. New Heart English Bible, he who sits above the circle of the earth. God's Word Translation, enthroned above the earth. They just throw the word out all together, I guess. JPS Tanakh, 1917, Circle of the Earth. That's Jewish. That's the Jewish guys right there. They, might know their own language. Call me crazy. I know that's insane for me to suggest such a thing. But these Jewish scholars who took their own Hebrew scriptures and turned it into their English version, the JPS Tanakh Bible, they said circle of the earth. They didn't say reeling, rocking, rolling, orbiting, spinning, globe, sphere, earth. They said circle of the earth. New American Standard, vault of the earth. That's interesting. They threw the word vault in there. Jubilee Bible 2000, circle of the earth. King James 2000, circle of the earth. American King James, circle of the earth. American Standard Version, circle of the earth. Dewey Rhymes Bible, upon the globe of the earth. Oh, that's interesting. Dewey Rhymes. Oh, that would be following on the heels of the Copernican Revolution, so that doesn't really surprise me, especially since this is a Catholic Bible.
Copernicus' theory of a heliocentric universe was well known at the upper strata of the Catholic Church in his lifetime. While he preferred his theories published after his death, he ultimately agreed to publish his manuscripts on the persistent appeals of high church officials. The necessity to change public conception from an accurate belief in a flat, enclosed earth to a false belief grew slowly. With sapient baby steps, the whole world would become amenable to the final delusion of an alien invasion under the First Woe. The Catholic hierarchy had the perfect opportunity to lay groundwork for a global deception to culminate in this Earth's final generation. This deception required a globe Earth spinning throughout the vast reaches of space inhabited by aliens and other sentient life forms. These contrivances created doubt in the Bible, putting science ahead of Scripture, which advises mankind the Earth is enclosed and unmoving. They also place the Creator far away from his creation by presenting a universe unimaginably vast. To engineer this transformation in belief, the newly created Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, became the agents of change. Following Copernicus' publications, it is probable the Jesuit order has produced more astronomers than any other demographic in Europe. That, ostensibly, a religious order should produce so many scientists should cause surprise. However, as these scientists have focused nearly exclusively in but one area, this gives us reason to question. Upon rejection of the sacred scriptures, which teach us Earth is a fixed, immovable object under a protective covering, a nefarious foundation was laid. Atop this were built perversions designed to force humanity to doubt the very word of our Father Yahuwah. With the biblical geocentric model rejected, a new explanation was required. A globe Earth, its orbit of the sun for millions of miles every year, illimitable realms of space with billions of galaxies, each composed of billions of stars with worlds innumerable. All this became necessary to explain the new heliocentric model of the universe, and mankind, over a short time, lost his divine significance. Thereafter was created an environment within which the writings of Charles Darwin found a receptive audience. Once science showed the Bible wrong, the disparager then diverged from her religious guise altogether. Anything suddenly became possible. There was nothing above question, including how the Earth seemed to appear in the vastness of space with all else, and the existence of extraterrestrials. The Big Bang Theory is, today, the leading explanation about how the universe began. At its simplest, it talks about the universe as we know it, starting with a small singularity, then inflating over the next 13.8 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. Priest Andrew Pinsent holds advanced degrees in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, as well as a doctorate in particle physics from Oxford. In January 2015, he wrote, "Being both a priest and a former particle physicist at CERN, I am often asked to give talks on faith and science. Quite often, young people ask me the following question: how can you be a priest and believe in the Big Bang? To which I am delighted to respond, we invented it. Or more precisely, priest Georges Lemaitre invented the theory that is today called the Big Bang, and everyone should know about him." The author of the Big Bang Theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest Georges Lemaitre. Follow from cause to effect. 1. Without a globe Earth circling the sun through the far reaches of space, we do not have the Big Bang. 2. Without the Big Bang, we do not have evolution. 3. Without evolution, we are more likely to accept creation as an act of intelligent design by a divine creator. The Roman Catholic Church does, in fact, accept evolution.
So that's interesting. Darby translation, Circle of the Earth. English Revised Version, Circle of the Earth. Webster, Circle of the Earth. Captain Definition Man himself, circle. World English Bible, Circle of the Earth. Young's Literal Translation, Circle of the Earth. Okay, now let's get really crazy. Let's go ahead and click on multi. And go past the English. Check for yourself. Check multiple languages, okay? They're all saying the same thing, and they're not saying anything about reeling and orbiting and rotating. Going in a circle, as in motion. They're describing a noun, a shape, circle, not sphere. None of these guys, except for Dewey Rhymes, came up with anything even remotely indicating a sphere here. Not one of them gave us any indication that Isaiah meant to say that the earth is spherical or revolving, reeling, orbiting, or in any other form of movement. Rather, they all indicated the simple, straightforward, circular nature of our world in the mind of the Holy Spirit-inspired authors of Scripture. Period. And while Dr. Michael Heiser may not agree with this personally himself, he doesn't believe the earth is circle, he believes the earth is a sphere, he at least has the intellectual honesty, the integrity to show what the biblical authors meant. And they didn't mean globe.
That's part of a video series I did called Theologians Gone Wild. in response to several guys out there that were saying, well, circle means it's talking about the orbit of the Earth. And anyway, that's all part of that. I'm not saying it is the strong delusion. I'm asking if it is. It's a pretty good candidate when you go through it. I just did a search the other day on my phone. I was just sitting there. What is the speed of this alleged orbit? Because I keep hearing this all the time. Well, no, circle. He's talking about that's the circle of the orbit of the Earth. That's what that whole video was in response to. And I'm like, okay, what is the speed of the Earth going around the sun, supposedly? And it's cleverly disguised as 18.5 miles per second when you search for it. 18.5 miles per second. So I'm like, 18.5 times 60 seconds times 60 minutes, 66,600 miles per hour. Interesting. Supposedly, this globe that we're on is 25,000 miles in circumference, which amounts to 8 inches per mile squared is the math. 8 inches, of course, being 0.666 of a foot. 10 miles being 66.666 feet. 100 being, you're getting to see a pattern here. The tilt of the Earth, I looked that up. Okay, the tilt of the Earth, 23.5 degrees, 23.4, depending on who you read. The sources that I looked at were government sources. They were saying 23.4. 23.4 off of center. If you have a 90-degree angle, 90 subtract 23.4, 66.6. It's probably all just a coincidence. Maybe. Maybe it is. This other guy who believes in the globe, I know I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I told you, don't believe me. Remember the slide with the tinfoil hat? Or let's just say things that make you go, This other guy who believes in the globe, it created this graphic, and I saw it on his website, godtype.com, and he was saying all of these distances in nautical miles from various points of on Antarctica to the Jerusalem, to the Vatican obelisk, to Washington, are 6,660 nautical miles. I'm like, okay, whatever. Godtype.com. It's up in the top corner there. He believes in the globe, and the tap dance he does around this to say that, that's whatever. I'm like, okay, dude, yeah, sure. The number of the beast is 666. Nimrod, again, was born in 1908 AM, year since creation. Just so happens to be, if you flash forward to 1908 AD, Ernest Shackleton boarded a ship called the Nimrod, and he heads down to Antarctica on the Nimrod expedition. Now, in the biblical account, Nimrod went up to try to get into the firmament. In 1908, if this model is true, it looks like they went out to get to the firmament towards the outer regions. Now, people are like, well, if it's flat Earth, how come we don't fall off the edge? Well, because it just so happens to be, if you Google coastline of Antarctica, you see 200 to 300 foot ice walls. That would be the outside of the circle, so to speak. If you look into the Enochian account of what happened to him when Enoch was not, for God took him, where did he take him? Joshua says he was taken in a place of snow and ice. So I'm going, okay, that's interesting. So Nimrod heads down to, Shackleton heads down on the Nimrod expedition. Many more Antarctic expeditions soon follow. In 1931, a guy named Auguste Piccard, who was a scientist, shoots himself up into the stratosphere. He got to nearly 52,000 feet, first guy to get that high, in a metal ball hanging from a balloon, and comes back describing, for Popular Science magazine no less, the Earth as a flat disk with upturned edges. That was his description of what he saw. During World War II, the Nazis become obsessed with the occult and Antarctica. Just look into the Nazis and what they were doing down there. After World War II, the rest of the world suddenly becomes obsessed with Antarctica as well. Is the stage being set for the return of the beast? I'm going to conclude with this. I talked about the return of the Watchers that were judged, bound, and buried for 70 generations. Is it just a coincidence that what happened in the 20th century? The return of the Nephilim, is it just a coincidence that we're seeing the hybridization taking place? Well, what about the return of the beast? We're expecting the return of Christ. I believe that there's going to be a return of Antichrist as well. If you remember the names that I had up there, Osiris being one of the references to Nimrod, one of the names he became known by, well, the tomb of Osiris was found in 1999. Dr. Zahi Hawass said, I have found a shaft going 29 meters vertically down into the ground, exactly halfway between the Chevron pyramid and the Sphinx. At the bottom, which is filled with water, we have found a burial chamber with 4 pillars. In the middle is a large granite sarcophagus, which I expect to be the grave of Osiris, the god. I've been digging in Egypt's sand for more than 30 years, and up to date, this is the most exciting discovery I have made. this is what they found when they looked at it. This is an artist rendering of it. The red star is the location between the pyramid and the Sphinx. And then you came down into a large chamber, went down again, came down to an area that had 7 sarcophagus things, and another tunnel that went down even further, actually 6, with a 7th one going down. And then you have the artist depiction on the right there of what they found. Now, the sarcophagus was open. They did find a body inside of it. Everybody that looked at it and studied it did not believe that it was Osiris, but they were thinking that this may be what we might consider to be a resurrection chamber. And so what it appears is that somebody, maybe with the hopes of being resurrected, was loaded into this thing and it didn't work. But it's a very interesting find. You can look that up, study that for yourself. And in 2003, April 2003, coincidentally 1 month before we set up the military occupation phase in Iraq, and the first thing our troops did was raid the Museum of Iraq, and 170,000 items were reported stolen. Of those, most of them were returned. The ones that were not returned were about 3,000 items that all dealt with resurrection and the afterlife. Probably just a coincidence. That's right after they found the tomb of Gilgamesh. And if the stories are to be believed, the body was found, believed to be Gilgamesh, incredibly well preserved, and the primary objective was to extract DNA. So then we get to a warning from Yeshua in Matthew 24. He says, if any man say unto you, lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall shew great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. And he says, behold, I have told you before. That's King James. Other translations make it sound like, hey, listen up. I'm about to tell you something. Remember what I've told you before? Think about it. If they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert. The body of Gilgamesh was pulled out of the desert in 2003. Go not forth. Behold, he's in the secret chambers. The secret chamber of Osiris was found in 1999. Believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. That's what we should be looking for. Those are the real signs. Any other signs pointing to a Christ, forget about it. This is what you need to pay attention to. And then he says, for wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. And I think Steve said, rightly so, there are many different ways people have looked at these passages. Lots of different interpretations. Here's one of mine. When you look into what the occult believes, and again, the Freemasons and the Illuminati and all the secret societies and stuff, the rituals are all revolved around a dying and resurrecting character. Many cases directly associated with Osiris. And Manly P. Hall is one of the most prolific writers of Freemasonry, said, whenever you see an eagle with a point on the back of its head, it's not really an eagle. It's a stylized, conventionalized phoenix. The phoenix is the Benu. It's the dying and resurrecting soul bird of Osiris in the mythology. So I'm at the train station in Washington, D.C., and if you go there and you look up, you'll see the whole top of the train station is lined with pagan gods. There's one that I didn't put in here, but on the left side, the quote sounds like, it sounds like a biblical thing. It says, behold, I put all things under his feet. But it's a Zeus. That's not what my scriptures say, but you look at the stuff, and that's on the left. When you go to the right, you see this right here. You see 2 pointy-headed eagles facing in opposite directions, and it says, between them, let all the ends thou aimst at be, thy countries, thy gods, and truths be noble, and the nobleness that lies in other men, sleeping but never dead, will rise in majesty to meet thine own. What is that all about? Well, I got 2 phoenix eagles right there. I was thinking about my time in the military. When I was in the Army, I was covered from head to toe with eagles. Eagles on our buttons, eagles on our patches, eagles on our shoes. Like eagles are everywhere, the American eagle. But, Manly P. Hall says there's another meaning behind that. And so while we were looking at all this stuff, there was something that I wanted to see, and I didn't know where it was. And we're driving down the road, and I looked between 2 buildings, and I saw 2 eagles perched atop pillars, one on each pillar, through this aisleway. I said, I don't know what that is, but let's go check it out. So I go down there, and this is what we find. A statue, this is in the National Harbor in Washington, D.C. A statue of a bearded god coming up out of the National Harbor. And the name of the statue is called The Awakening, which is right underneath the statue of 2 eagles looking down on it. I don't know, but this stuff is out there. And you got people, again, like Manly P. Hall saying, the dying God shall rise again. The secret room in the house of the hidden places shall be rediscovered. The pyramid, again, shall stand as the ideal emblem of solidarity, inspiration, aspiration, resurrection, and regeneration. This is in The Secret Teaching of All Ages, Manly P. Hall, page 44. We need to know our enemy. I showed a lot of stuff. I'm sorry it went long. I'm hoping that I'm equipping you with at least some things to go look into for yourselves. Because if we are to declare the end from the beginning, then I believe everything we need to know about the last days is given from us in the beginning days. If we want to have any understanding of Revelation, we got to go back to Genesis and work our way forward from there. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Are you 50 or older? Well, this news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Why? If you're 50 or older, even if you're healthy, you're 6 times more likely to be hospitalized. So schedule at vaxassist.com.
The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. That was a quote from Nathan Rothschild. You see, the Rothschild family has impacted how markets are shaped, how financial policies are made, and even how entire nations operate. Things that impact us to this day. The Rothschild family was so powerful at a point that no politician would dare to make a decision without their approval. Now, many of you already know that the Rothschilds are a rich banking dynasty. However, there's a good chance that you're underestimating the significance of their role in shaping our history. I mean, Nathan Rothschild himself said, "I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England." It just goes to show that he knew very early on that money was the thing that made the world go around, and that politicians and monarchies have much less influence than they think. Nathan Rothschild was just one of the 5 heads of the Rothschild family branches, each having a very strong influence over their respective countries' financial systems. From helping defeat Napoleon to spreading the seeds of industrial revolution, the Rothschilds are undeniably one of the most powerful families in history. Now, our story begins with Mayer Amschel Rothschild. He was a man of humble origins. However, he was really smart and very hardworking. He was born in 1744 in Frankfurt's Judengasse. This narrow lane wasn't just an address. It was a world unto itself. Crammed within its walls lived over 3,000 Jewish residents, their lives in constant negotiation between survival and dignity. That area was tough, it was overcrowded, it was full of discrimination. Jewish people could not leave at night on Sundays or on Christian holidays. They were barred from public gardens, coffee shops, and other places that Christians frequented. Even basic social interaction was limited because there was a ban on groups larger than too. I mean, it was a constant reminder of their outsider status. Life for Mayer would have turned out very different while living in Judengasse. However, things changed for him very unexpectedly when his parents died. You see, Mayer was originally intending to become a rabbi. It's what his family wanted him to do. However, his parents' death forced him to give up on his studies to becoming a rabbi and instead taking up a position as an apprentice in a banking house. There, Mayer was introduced to all things finance. In particular, he learned about rare coins from ancient civilizations like Rome, Persia, and the Byzantine Empire. These were highly coveted by European elites, a realization that would help him out later a lot. Now, in this banking house, one of his first jobs was sorting coins acquired through Frankfurt's semi-annual trade fairs, which attracted buyers and sellers from all over the region. By the time he was 19, Mayer gained a lot of experience, and he was equipped with the knowledge of the latest financial practices. He then returned to Frankfurt to join his father's trading business, working alongside his brothers. He then became a dealer in rare coins, and he quickly found a lot of success in that area.
This might sound strange, but I wasn't always a good dad. My kid needed to hear me say.
Now, this did not go unnoticed by the Crown Prince Wilhelm of Hesse. The Crown Prince was so impressed with Mayer that he was made a court factor. Now, a court factor was a title given to a Jewish financier under the employ of a noble. This was huge, it was groundbreaking for Mayer. Finally, he had the opportunity to escape his life from Jugendasse and expand his business. He laid the foundation for the Rothschild family's future success right here. As time passed by, Mayer's businesses grew. He rode the momentum of his success and sent his sons to open branches in different states. To all of them, he gave two important instructions. The first was to prioritize doing business with reigning houses, and the second was to father as many sons as possible to take care of the family's business affairs abroad. Now look, Mayer's strategy seems a bit strange, but sending his sons to different regions wasn't just about business expansion, it was about mitigation of risk. By spreading their roots across the continent, the Rothschilds wouldn't be beholden to the whims of any single ruler or economic upheaval. I mean, this is an ideal example of portfolio diversification if you think about it. Also, by currying the favor of the ruling houses of the regions where he or his sons operated, he ensured that his family would not just gain wealthy clients, but also a valuable layer of political protection. By the early 1800s, Mayer's sons had established themselves in 5 key cities: Naples, Vienna, Paris, London, and Frankfurt. Together, these 5 linked branches became in effect the first bank to transcend borders. Now, by acting as financiers to multiple European powers, the Rothschilds held a unique position of neutrality. They could leverage their political clout to influence political decisions and international relations. All of this was done subtly, without arousing any kind of suspicion. For the Rothschilds, as their clients increased, so did the number of financial services that they offered. They initially started as dealers in luxury items and traders in coins and commercial papers. However, eventually, Mayer and his sons became prominent bankers. For them, wars provided the best opportunities. The French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars between 1792 and 1815 proved especially profitable for them. The Rothschilds provided loans to warring princes. They engaged in smuggling and legal trading of essential products like wheat, cotton, colonial produce, and arms, all of which facilitated international payments between the British Isles and the continent despite Napoleon's efforts to block British trade. The strategy was simple yet effective. By funding both sides, the Rothschilds ensured that regardless of the war's outcome, they would be the ones profiting. So on one side you had Jacob Rothschild based in Paris, funding Napoleon Bonaparte's war efforts. On the other side you had his brother, Nathan Rothschild, stationed in London, financing the British side, led by Lord Wellington. Ultimately though, as the war progressed, it became very evident that Britain's victory would be more profitable for the Rothschilds' financial interests, and so Jacob Rothschild began limiting his funds available to the Napoleonic army. And at the same time, on the British side, Nathan Rothschild started increasing his funding efforts, ensuring Lord Wellington had the necessary financial resources to continue the fight. And so, because of one family, the fate of the entire European continent would be impacted. Nathan, being the financial genius that he was, also made plans to buy up British bonds very early in the war. Now, he had a lot of foresight because you see, earlier on in the war, Napoleon had a number of victories, and this caused a market panic, which in turn caused a dip in bond prices. Nathan took this opportunity to buy up the bonds at a very steep discount. And so, once the news of Britain's success at Waterloo reached London, he sold these bonds at a significantly higher price, reaping enormous profits. Now you see, his strategy was very well thought out. He invested in his own private network of couriers to deliver him updates about the war before his competitors. It was such an efficient system that he came to know of Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo a whole day before the British government did. Now, this is all very good for the Rothschilds, but it did lead to a backlash, one that would haunt the Rothschilds nearly a century later. You see, Napoleon had been particularly kind to the Jewish community, giving them equal rights and ending centuries-old laws of discrimination. So, for a prominent Jewish family to support his enemies was not very well taken by the French people. Now, the Rothschilds may have just seen this as just good business, but for others it was seen as a sign of betrayal. Especially, the French intellectuals began associating the Rothschilds with capitalism, transnationalism, and economic inequality. This sentiment grew as rapid industrialization and social change fueled anxieties about class struggle and nationalism in France. The Rothschilds symbolized wealth and power even beyond France's national borders. Soon, this became a focal point for societal frustrations and the rising anti-Semitic rhetoric. They became the scapegoat for everything wrong with modern finance and global influence. This sentiment would eventually be exploited in the decades ahead by various nationalist governments. Despite all of this, the Rothschilds' fortunes were actually on a stellar rise. They adapted by shifting focus to government securities, insurance stocks, and shares of industrial companies. They also invested heavily in railways, coal, ironworking, metallurgical industries, thereby giving a significant boost to Europe's industrial revolution. Mayer Amschel Rothschild and his sons were creating a mighty financial empire. However, Mayer had to come to terms with the fact that he might not live for a very long time. He had to make arrangements to secure his wealth and influence he spent a lifetime accumulating and building. He left very specific instructions for his heirs on how to handle the family finances. His will stated that only male descendants could inherit the family's wealth. Now, this led to a lot of inter-family marriages. I mean, on the level of the Habsburgs. Between 1824 and 1877, there were 36 marriages amongst Mayer Rothschild's male descendants, and 30 of them were within the same family, with like first cousins or second cousins. Only 4 Rothschild's women and 2 men married partners outside of the family. I mean, if nothing else, it did help to keep the wealth and the power consolidated. Now, it wasn't just inter-family marriages. There was another factor that allowed the family to keep control over their fortune. The Rothschilds didn't tie any of their wealth to tangible assets that could be easily seized, such as real estate or gold. Instead, they invested in highly liquid instruments such as stocks, bonds, and debts. So if any anti-Semitic violence broke out, let's face it, it happened a lot, it made no difference to the Rothschilds. This way, there was nothing for an angry mob to destroy or take away or some greedy noble to seize. This ended up being a very, very smart decision for the Rothschilds. Now, Mayer's son proved to be just as smart as he was. The Rothschilds family continued to see success even after his generation. The most successful of them was Nathan Rothschild, overseeing the family's business in London. By far, his biggest accomplishment happened in 1835. He managed to secure the rights to mercury mines in Spain. This ended up giving the family nearly a worldwide monopoly on this critical element that was used to refine gold and silver. Nathan also focused on building relationships with those in power. I mean, because of this, he ended up managing to get the rights to refine gold and silver for the Bank of England and the Royal Mint. I mean, this was huge. The resulting wealth and the growing fortune was not wasted on excessive luxury, but it was reinvested in a very smart way. The family's banking group kept expanding, particularly in the global trade of oil and non-ferrous metals. They became the largest shareholders of companies such as Rio Tinto, De Beer, and later on the Royal Dutch Shell. By the mid-1800s, the family's wealth and influence was staggering. They were a force to be reckoned with, wielding power and influence that spanned continents and industries. The family's influence extended far beyond finance. Their influence went into culture and politics and the arts as well. They were avid collectors, being patrons of many great artists and art curators. Some family members with scientific interests instead sought out zoological and horticultural specimens. They funded many expeditions to remote parts of the world as well. Their efforts and their money greatly contributed to the knowledge of scientists and art historians worldwide. These collections that the Rothschilds accumulated would later be used to enrich libraries, galleries, and museums, many of which still stand today.
Think your taxes are simple? You could file for free with H&R Block. More people qualify for H&R Block free online than TurboTax Free Edition. Find eligibility requirements at hrblock.com/free. Approximately 55% of filers qualify.
Now, the family had so much wealth and influence that entire nations could be saved with their aid. Many countries would even wait for the Rothschilds' approvals before making any kind of critical decision. For instance, following France's defeat by Prussia in 1871, it was the Rothschilds that provided the French government with 2 massive loans to keep it afloat. Meanwhile, in London, they provided the British government with £4 million on very short notice, therefore enabling them to become the principal stockholder in the Suez Canal Company. This strategic move made the Suez Canal a critical line of communication in the British Empire. It significantly reduced voyage time from London to India from weeks to mere days, and therefore boosted British trade. It was also the Rothschilds' money that helped enable the scramble for Africa. For instance, they funded activities of individuals such as Cecil Rhodes. With the help of Rothschilds' money, Cecil Rhodes amassed a fortune from the diamond rush in southern Africa. And in this example, it wasn't just Cecil Rhodes who was profiting, because it greatly helped the family-controlled De Beers Company increase their profits. Now, another man that they helped to rise to prominence was John D. Rockefeller. The United States in the 19th century was a nation that was rapidly developing. The Rothschilds family supported the works of many American industrialists, including the Rockefellers. The Rothschilds owned a governing share at the National City Bank of Cleveland. Through this, they provided crucial financing to Rockefeller as he began consolidating the oil refinery business. This financial support played a pivotal role in the formation and expansion of Standard Oil. While the firm soon became notorious for its monopolistic practices, it nevertheless made Rockefeller one of the richest people in the world. Further facilitating Rockefeller's rise was Jacob Schiff. Schiff had strong ties to the Rothschild family through his birth in the Rothschild Green Shield House in Frankfurt. He advised Rockefeller on strategic business moves. Notably, Schiff played a key role in developing the rebate deals that Rockefeller secured from railroads transporting oil from competitors. These rebates gave Standard Oil a significant competitive advantage and further solidified its dominance in the industry. So yeah, being even remotely associated with the Rothschilds, like Jacob Schiff, was a huge advantage, and there was a lot of opportunity to profit. There's another interesting hypothesis that it may have been the Rothschilds' influence that prompted the British government to agree to the creation of a state of Israel. The theory comes from the fact that the Balfour Declaration of 1917 was actually addressed to Lionel Walter Rothschild. This was a public statement by Britain expressing support for the establishment of a Jewish state, and was meant to be sent to Lionel as a figurehead of the British Jewish community. What is certainly true is that the family had been donating heavily to the cause of a Jewish state for decades. They actively supported and funded Jewish settlement during the 19th and the early 20th centuries. These efforts provided substantial to the movement that ultimately led to the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. Now, on the brighter side, the Rothschilds also made it a point to be heavily engaged in philanthropy. In Frankfurt alone, for instance, they managed as many as 30 charitable foundations. These included public libraries, orphanages, hospitals, homes for the elderly, and educational funds. It's no surprise that given their contributions, the Rothschilds were highly honored. Mayer's 5 sons all became barons of the Austrian Empire. A Rothschild was also the first Jewish person to enter the British Parliament, and another was the first to be elevated to British peerage. The head of the British branch of the family was often regarded as the unofficial leader of British Jewry. Now, the Rothschilds' fortune and prestige grew with each generation for a while, and it seemed like everything was going really well, but eventually the sun had to set. Just like their rise, the Rothschilds' decline was also surprisingly rapid. Wars, politics, and internal rivalries took their toll over the next century. The Naples branch of the Rothschilds' bank was the first to close its door in 1863. The trouble for Naples branch began when the revolution broke out and Italian nationalists under Giuseppe Garibaldi captured Naples on September 7, 1860. The family's international ties put them at odds with the new government, and only 3 years after Italy's unification, they they were forced to close all their operation in Naples. Now, next to follow was the original family branch in Frankfurt. Ironically, it was the lack of male heirs that forced its closure in 1901. A few decades later, the Vienna branch would meet an even more tragic end. Following the rise of the Nazis and their takeover of Austria, their family members were forced to flee. Those that remained, like Louise Nathaniel de Rothschild, were imprisoned and only released after a large ransom. All their possessions, homes, businesses, artworks were all seized. The family branch in Germany occupied France, too, would suffer. The Vichy government would seize their properties during this war. However, miraculously, their business survived the war, but it didn't survive the French politics. Under the rule of the socialist government, the Paris Bank was nationalized in 1982. This effectively ended the Rothschilds' presence in Paris banking. The ghost of Napoleon perhaps finally took his revenge. So by now, all of the 5 original branches of the Rothschilds Bank was closed except that of London. Now, despite all the setbacks, the Rothschilds have remained one of the most influential families in the world. In 2008, the Rothschilds family holdings were reorganized under a single company, and that was a shareholder of Paris Orleans based in France. It marked the first time that the family businesses were unified after roughly 2 centuries. Today, their holdings span financial services, real estate, mining, energy, and charitable work. Additionally, the family owns more than 24 wineries worldwide. Now, most of the family members are either directly employed by these corporations or invested in operations that continue to generate wealth for the family. Interestingly enough, one of the companies that still remains till today is one of the first banks that was founded by Nathan Rothschild. That bank continues to report healthy financials. In 2022, it reported a $3.2 billion in revenue and $650 million in net income, with $109 billion in assets under management. And that's doing pretty well. Altogether, the family's holdings combined are an estimated total of $1.2 trillion. Despite all the setbacks, they still remain one of the world's richest families. Now, while the true extent of their power is still debated by many historians, there's no denying that the Rothschilds family left an indelible mark on our society, both economically and politically. Their success is a reminder of just how one seemingly minor event can dramatically alter the history of the world. I mean, think about it. If Mayer Rothschild's parents had not died early, he would have never entered the world of finance. Imagine if Mayer had become a rabbi just as his parents had originally intended for him to be. In this scenario, Britain's victory over Napoleon could be widely different. I mean, France could have emerged as the dominant power. Many prominent figures in history that we know about today could probably be forgotten if it hadn't been for the Rothschilds' contributions. So yeah, there's no denying, whether good or bad, that the Rothschilds impacted the world significantly. By the way, if you stayed on till the very end, I'd love it if you could leave an upside down smile emoji in the comments. I'd love to see how many of you stayed on till the very end. And if you did, I'm very, very grateful. Please don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I'll see you soon.
Sure, I could have rented a Lamborghini for this ad to generate some false authority. And sure, I could have talked to you about how much...
TJ, this place is incredible, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
What was the most amount of money that you made in a single year?
90 million, 100 million.
Growing up, did you think creating all this was possible? I mean, you got every car anybody can imagine. You got the Ferrari out here, the Lamborghini, the McLaren tucked in there.
I never had a broke mindset, even when I was on government cheese, even when we had food stamps, even all of that stuff. And then I built my business and I've gone bankrupt. But it's been a long time since I've been broke, and I ain't never going back.
Hey, never going back.
Ain't never going back.
If you lost everything tomorrow, could you make it all back?
Absolutely, absolutely.
What business would you get into right now?
I start buying businesses. I mean, that's what I would do, because most people want to build a business from scratch, but you don't have to do that today.
You go get the playbook. You go get the playbook.
It's already done.
Do you believe in God?
Absolutely. I believe in God, yeah, for sure. I could tell you a story about that, but yeah, absolutely.
What story?
So,
has being in LA helped you as an entrepreneur?
Absolutely. Come here.
This is amazing. I gotta get a video of this. This is not real.
That house right there, Kanye just moved into.
In the white one right there?
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Did college help you become a millionaire?
No.
You made more than 99.9% of business professors ever will. What's a lesson about business you'd give to somebody that they will not learn in business school? Guys, I'm out in the Hidden Hills in Beverly Hills out in Los Angeles, and I'm about to interview a $100 million entrepreneur who built and sold a tech company at his $50 million mansion out here, you guys. This is about to be a masterclass on all things business to figure out how now he owns 10 companies doing over $100 million a year and really figuring out the secrets to success and building wealth and how you can become financially free headed into 2025. So let's go meet up with him and go see what he has to say. TJ, what's going on, my friend?
Good to see you again.
Thank you for having us out here.
For sure.
This place is incredible, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
How long has Beverly Hills been home for?
Beverly Hills about 4 years.
And you built an empire.
Yeah, man.
How long have you been a business owner for?
Man, most of my life.
Most of your life.
Yeah, for sure.
Growing up, did you think creating all this was possible? I mean, you got every car anybody can imagine. You got the Ferrari out here, the Lamborghini, the McLaren tucked in there.
Well, I've always loved cars, man. So I always, thought that I would have cars that I wanted. So I didn't know that it would be these, but yeah.
What was your main business?
Tech services. I built a tech services business, sold it, and then I built a construction business, sold it, and I have a supplement business today. I build businesses, man. I hope other people do the same thing.
How many businesses would you say you own right now?
About just under 10, but
10
yeah, just about that, yeah.
We came all the way out here from Austin, and we got to get the game from you, man. We got to figure out like how people can become wealthy going into 2025.
Okay.
Going into the new year, they want to take over and dominate like you did in multiple industries. Can we get some game for you real quick?
For sure,
Let's get right into it. Throughout your career, across all your companies in 1 year, in terms of revenue, what was the most amount of money that you made in a single year?
Across my companies in revenue? Oh, wow. 90 million, 100 million.
Actually,
Yeah.
and how about for yourself?
25 million.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's
about 25
incredible.
million, yeah.
Do you come from a lot of money?
Absolutely not, man.
No?
Absolutely
So
not.
you didn't have rich parents?
No, not at all. My mom was 14 years old when she got pregnant with me. I grew up in the South, food stamps and government cheese and all that sort of stuff.
So what was the turning point to financial freedom? How did you know you wanted to get really serious about building a $100 million company and just becoming an extremely successful entrepreneur?
I think when I was a kid, man, I always wanted to be successful because I didn't want to live in the stuff that I was living in. I didn't like it. I was motivated to get out of it. So I didn't know that I wanted to build a $100 million company per se. But what I did know is I wanted to be successful. I didn't know what that looked like. And you continue to define that as you grow. But I wanted to be successful early on. So I always worked, always tried to figure a way out to be helpful, and had a mindset that was like, oh, how do I get out of this place and never have to come back to it?
Now, as an 8-9-figure entrepreneur, what was the best financial advice that you ever received?
I don't know that I got a lot of financial advice. I got business advice.
Yeah.
But in terms of finance advice, the advice that I would give your followers is to learn to make money in their sleep, right? No matter what. I don't care if you're getting paid. Like, don't trade dollars for hours, because no matter how much you charge per hour, you're going to be limited. So you have to figure out how to make passive income and build systems, invest, do different things that you're making more money while you sleep than you can in any job.
So let's say somebody is trading their time for money. They're in that 9 to 5. They want to make that leap to becoming financially free. They want to start making passive income. What's that first step somebody should take?
Real estate is a good one.
Do you have to have a lot of capital to start making money, or?
No, I mean, real estate, you don't have to have a lot of capital. There's a lot of first-time homeowner programs. I think the biggest thing that one would do today, if I was, because, what I did is different than what I would do today.
What would you do today?
Today, what I would do is I would buy businesses. That is the thing that I would do, because right now, there are so many businesses that are ripe for selling. There's so many people that want to get out of their business. Their kids don't want to go into that business. They don't have maybe succession plans. They don't have a way to get out of that business, but they need the cash and they need to stop because they've gotten divorced, they're sick, they're tired, whatever it is. I would use the government 7A program to get financing to buy businesses.
Is that SBA?
SBA 7A program, yeah.
What type of business would you buy in today's world?
You can buy laundromats. The focus is getting stuff that cash flows. So laundromat, pool companies. I like the vending machine business. I like laundromats. I like things like that because it's not necessarily labor intensive, or you have to have a lot of know-how to do
And they're recession proof.
They're recession proof, man. They're going to always be there. So buying businesses is what I would be doing today.
Like the private equity model?
Well, it's not so much private equity, right? It's leverage buyouts. So what you're doing is you're finding businesses that cash flow at a certain number. Let's say that business cash flows at $20,000 a month, right? And you can get a loan. You can service a loan for $7,000 a month or $10,000 a month. You're up $10,000, right?
Yeah.
So what you want to do is to figure out a way to creatively pay the person that wants to leave the business and buy businesses. I mean, that'd be the thing that I do.
Have you ever been broke before?
Yeah, I've been broke before. I started out broke in terms of no money, not broke mindset, right? That's a whole different thing. I never had a broke mindset, even when I was on government cheese, even when we had food stamps, even all of that stuff. We had no money, but I personally was never broke because I was always thinking way beyond where I was, right? And then I built my business and I've gone bankrupt. But it's been a long long time since I've been broke. I ain't never going back.
Hey, never going back.
I ain't never going back.
I
brother.
love that. I love that.
Yeah.
So if you lost everything tomorrow, could you make it all back?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What business would you get into right now?
I start buying businesses. If I lost everything tomorrow, I would start buying businesses. Why? Because you're buying it based on the other business's credit, right? There's all types of creative financing to do. There's SBA loans, the 7A SBA loans that I talked about. So yeah, I would go do that. That would be the fastest. I mean, that's what I would do because most people want to build a business from scratch, but you don't have to do that today.
You can go get the playbook. You can go get the playbook handed
It's
to
already
you.
done.
Yeah.
The business is already done. You can see that it's working.
Where do you go to find these businesses? Some people hear that. They say, okay, just buy a business. But like, where can you find people? Like where do you go to buy a business?
Yeah, I think there's a number of portals. There's Biz by Sell, I think it is. But there's a portal that you can just go in and put in the industry, the location, and that kind of thing. And it brings up all the businesses and people are trying to buy businesses or trying to sell their businesses. There's business brokers. And then you can also start to just cold call businesses because there's people that would sell their business if they got the call, but they haven't gotten the call.
Big transfer of wealth is about to happen. Is what you're saying. People are looking to step out of their business.
Yeah, it's called I think it's called the Gray Tsunami. That's what it's called. Yeah, it's called the Gray Tsunami. And the Gray Tsunami is there's a lot of boomers that have businesses that they have to get out of. There's a surplus of businesses and not enough people that's going out and buying businesses.
But wouldn't they want to give that to their family to take over?
There are a lot of family members, man, that, kids don't want to go do their dad's business. They want to do their own thing. We're in a different time.
You guys, this video with TJ has been incredible so far, and we're about to get right back to it. But I have a very quick, very special announcement to make for you guys. So a couple months ago, I launched and built one of the biggest and greatest entrepreneur communities in the entire world. And you can join this community today for free. And inside of this community, I bring in the biggest business owners in the world, even billionaires. All the people that you see me interview on live calls to directly mentor you, where you can ask them any question about business, starting and scaling a business, how to sell, how to market, how to find a winning product and scale that in whatever industry that it is in. I want you guys to stop for a second and think about something. Are you in the exact same place now that you were a year ago or even the year before? Maybe you're hesitating to start that first business or you don't know how to scale that company that you started. You don't know how to get out of that 9-to-5. Understand this. Nothing changes if nothing changes. If you're still taking advice from the same people who are not even in the places that you want to be, you need to stop and get around people that have done it before. And that's why I'm giving you guys the opportunity today to join my community for free, to come learn from the most successful and the wealthiest business owners in the world, because the only way to go from point A to point B in life, in business, in your career, and finances is through mentorship. It's getting the lessons, the blueprint, the playbook from the people that have been there and done it before, regardless of what industry you're in. So if you want to join and come learn from the billionaires and the multimillionaires that I interview how to build wealth and start becoming financially free, go to the link down in the description of this video to join the School of Mentors. I can't wait to see you on the inside. With that being said, let's get back to the video. Do you believe in God?
Absolutely. I believe in God, yeah, for sure. I could tell you a story about that, but yeah, absolutely.
What story?
So as a kid, I was broke, didn't have a wonderful sort of environment. So I was always like going, God, show me yourself. Show me who you are. Show me your face, right? Show me in the Magic Johnson poster, do something, right? And then I went to work the next day. I remember going to sleep crying, wondering if God is real or was he Santa Claus? And I'm working, doing my thing. And this guy comes up and says to me, God loves you. He's real. And he wanted me to tell you that. And from that moment on, I was 15 years old, I've always believed in God, so.
And faith has been pretty important for you.
Faith is important. I mean, faith is critical. Faith is critical, obviously, from a spiritual standpoint, but from a business standpoint and from a life standpoint, if you don't believe it, like when you believe something, truly believe something, it's going to drive your actions. It's going to drive the way you think and what you do in the relationships that you build. So faith is really important. So God gives us a practical foundation for faith. He said, believe. I mean, that's what the whole New Testament is about.
Right. Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Did college help you become a millionaire?
No.
It
didn't hurt me. I mean, what college did for me is help me get a skill set. It helped me become a computer programmer and get a job as a computer programmer.
So let me ask you this, because you made more than 99.9% of business professors ever will. What's a lesson about business you'd give to somebody that they will not learn in business school?
Marketing. What they don't teach in school is that everybody needs you. They just don't know who you are. So your job is to identify who those people are, get to the highest mountaintop that you can, and tell them who you are. Let the people know who you are. That is the key to growing in business. And in school, we learn about business, but marketing is the key to making it all come together. You can have the magic sauce, but if people don't know who you are, then it doesn't matter.
Now, we came all the way out here from Austin. Could we check out the spot real quick?
Yeah,
See
man.
the place? Is that cool?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome, man. Is that cool? being in LA helped you as an entrepreneur?
Absolutely. Come here. I'll show you.
This is amazing. This is amazing. I gotta get a video of this. This is not real.
If you come over here, so this house, Mark Wahlberg's house.
He still lives there?
He sold it about 7-8 months ago. That house right up there, trees are kind of covering it a bit. The driveway goes all the way down there. The tennis court is associated with that. And then on the bottom of that, he has a car museum. That's Samsung.
The Samsung counter?
Yeah.
Wow.
That house right there. There, Kanye just moved into.
In the white one right there?
Yeah, that house, the gray one.
Yeah.
That's Ashton Kutcher's house.
Oh my
They call
goodness.
it the farmhouse. Denzel Washington, Eddie Murphy.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
all
yeah.
live out here?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
This is
wild.
all Beverly Park. So when you say, has it helped me? One thing that happens is that you can't unsee stuff. So like when I was in DC, I love cars. And I would have a few cars and I would have people going, man, be careful, don't do that, don't do that. You can't do these things. And you come out here and you like meet people and they have a 20-car garage and a 50-car car collection or a 100-car car collection. So you find your tribe and you see that things are possible.
Yeah.
And once you see that it's possible, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
So has it helped me as an entrepreneur? Absolutely, because it just expands your vision and helps your creativity, and you find out ways to do things that you wouldn't even think was possible back home.
What's the number one thing that separates middle class from wealthy people in today's world?
No limits. I mean, wealthy people don't have a limitation, and they know there's no limit in terms of what they can achieve and how much money they can make. And all they have to do is solve problems, create solutions to make more money. And so they live in that world, and it's a whole different realm where it's not about jobs and how much you can make on this job or stepping up a particular ladder around some stuff that's sort of predetermined and well-structured. Wealthy people don't need structure.
Well, TJ, this was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, man.
I gotta say, thank you so much for having us out here.
Well, thanks for trespassing.
Yeah, there you go.
Good to see you,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I gotta ask you though. So this summer, I started a private community called the School of Mentors. It's grown to be one of the biggest entrepreneur communities in the world.
Oh, awesome.
Every single week, I host live calls with the millionaires and the billionaires that I interview, such as like the former CEO of 7-Eleven, Stephen Klubeck, who sold his company for $2 billion to Hilton. I'd love to have you as on a live call. Could we make that happen? Could you be a mentor on a live call?
Absolutely.
That'd be amazing, my
Awesome.
friend.
Thank you.
Everybody, if you guys want to join the community, go to the link down in the description of this video to join the School of Mentors, to get mentored directly from the millionaires and the billionaires I interview every single week. TJ, where can everybody find you at?
TJ Millionaire Mentor on Instagram, on YouTube.
And everybody go tap in with TJ right now, like and subscribe, and we'll see everybody in here on the next video.
Yeah, like what a lot of people say, God kept you here to help others. But I don't know why He kept me here. I can't tell you. I ain't talked to him, and he ain't talked to me. My name is Richard Arvin Overton. I am 109 years old. Still walk, I still talk, and I still drive. I just got my license renewed this year. They give me an eye test. Everything they give me now, I pass it. I feel good going on driving. I like to drive myself because others they drive crazy.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I'm hand stuffing this mozzarella to make our epic stuffed crust pizza.
Epic.
I am the oldest War II veteran. I went in the Army at 1940. Made you more braver, stronger. I can sleep with every door open and without a lock on it. Ain't scared. No, ain't nothing gonna bother you. You see a soldier with a gun, you don't see him turn around and go back this way. He may go sideways, but he ain't gonna turn around and go back. Okay, how hot them bullets is, he ain't gonna go back. So when you go in there, you just say, well, God got me now. See? He gonna take care of you. If it's your time to go, that bullet gonna get you. If it ain't your time to go, that bullet going over your head. It ain't gonna hit you. Because man will kill you, but God's the one keep you alive. It wasn't good, but we had to go. I built me a house, and that's in 45. That's where I've been ever since. It's a nice place to live. Yeah, I'm happy with my house. That's all I need. I'd buy one thing, I would use that one thing. I wouldn't buy one thing, go buy nothing, go buy nothing. I got a truck out there and it runs just like I want it. And so I just keep it. But I don't fool with a credit card. Never. For everything I get, I pay cash for it. I got 50 cents a day. That's way back yonder. But I lived out of that. Because everything was nickel and dime, 3 cents. I remember when the man got the first Ford, I was out after working at I think I picked cotton down there. And we heard that he gonna get a car. We didn't know what a car was. We heard about it, but we never went to come to town much. My first car was a little old Ford, T-model Ford. I had to get in front and crank it. You remember them cars? I know you wasn't born there, were you? No, I know you wasn't. I just sit there and smoke sometimes 12 cigars a day, maybe sometime more than that. Anybody say, what you smoking for? It makes you feel better. But you can't inhale. Just go ahead and just swallow the cat, let it go and forget about swallowing it. If you swallow, no taste to it, just makes you cough. I'm doing it the healthy way. Every time I get up in the morning, that cat's sitting there waiting. And either I go to bed, sometimes they're sitting up there waiting because they want to get their supper, and then they want to go to bed. But you don't feed a cat too much because he won't eat a rat. I help those cats and they keep me happy. I tell the truth, they keep me happy. I want to see my cats every morning. I wake up 1 o'clock, or either wake up at 2 or 3. Anytime I wake up, I just get up. I get me a cup of coffee sometimes. I drink about 4 cups of coffee in the morning. This morning I drank about that much whiskey. I love milk and fish, corn, and soup. I love soup. A lot of people don't like soup and don't drink milk, but I've been drinking milk for practically all my life. And ice cream, I eat ice cream every night. It makes me happy. I eat butter pecan. If you want to buy any, you buy butter pecan. It is the Overton diet. It's anybody's diet that want to eat it. Church is a wonderful place. Lovely place. Keeps me going. Makes me feel good. I think that helps me push myself along, going to church. You learn something in church too. You learn how to live better, how to treat people. We don't have all the answers. Got to save some of the answers for somebody else to do. And singing, I love that church singing. Beautiful. Church is just for everybody. But you got to go for one person, that's yourself. Good to have a spiritual life, but you got to live it. It makes you feel better to have a person around you like Miss Love. We get along real nice. Oh, she's 91 years old, and I'm 109. And yeah, we go to the hospital to see people. We go to the grocery store. We go shopping sometime, and I take you to church and take her different places. She's just a nice person. Yep, we have fun together. I've seen lots and lots of living. But I'm still living good. I ain't suffering nothing. I get what I want. So I'm still living all right.
Want complete project visibility without making your entire team hate you? This is the world's first AI project manager. World-class teams use Motion to get 50% more done with 90% less busy work. No more endless meetings, status updates, or quick check-ins eating up your day. Unlike other tools, and you know the ones, Motion actually prevents problems. Here's how. Drop a project into Motion and watch what happens.
Give up, you're through. You just down yourself. I am. I'm giving you some of my secret to a long life. That if you ever use it, if you don't use it, that's your bad luck. My time ain't got here yet. And I don't know when I'll come here, and I don't know where I'm going. You either. Neither one of us know where we're going. I may give out, but I never give up.
Baldwin, take one.
White people go around, it seems to me, with a very carefully suppressed terror of black people, of tremendous uneasiness. They don't know what the blackface hides. They're sure it's hiding something. What it's hiding is American history. You know, what it's hiding is what white people know they have done and are doing. You know, it's what, you know, white people know very well one thing, and it's the only thing they have to know. If they know this, everything else I say is a lie. They know they would not like to be black here. They know that. Now they know that, and they're telling me lies. They're telling me and my children nothing but lies.
For Baldwin, the truth is that the ghettos of his youth remain, gnawing at the spirit of those who live there.
The poverty is piled high, making it even more inescapable, and making it even more inescapable how thoroughly you're despised. The high-rise slum becomes a high-crime area almost at once, because what are you going to do with all these children, really? Whole families condemned forever to nothing in the richest city in the world. My best friend, a black boy, jumped off the George Washington Bridge when he was 24 and I was 22. And I was sure that I was going to be next.
Just from despair, or?
From despair, from rage, you know. Because you can get to a place, you know, where you're in battle so often that that's all you can do. You know, you've been beaten so hard. All you can do is your world narrows to a kind of red circle of rage. And you begin to hate everybody, which means you hate yourself. You know, and when that happens, it's over for you.
Baldwin has taken that despair and rage and turned it into novels, theater, and essays. Characters drawn from his family and friends. This fall, Dial Press is publishing his 19th book, a novel called Just Above My Head, the story of a black gospel singer during the civil rights struggle. The gospel church is a theme running through much of Baldwin's work. His father was a minister, and Baldwin himself became a preacher at the age of 13. His play, The Amen Corner, shown in revival at Lincoln Center's Black Theater Festival, was drawn from his own experiences in the pulpit. For many growing up in poverty, the church is the only consolation. When Baldwin left the church, he wanted to do more than to console. Often, Baldwin speaks to youngsters who grew up as he did, letting them know the future holds a place for them. On this day, he spoke at the Police Athletic League in Harlem.
A writer might be a dancer, might be a carpenter, might be an architect, might be a junkie, might be any number of things.
I think there's still a chance for today's black writer.
There never was a chance for a black writer. Come, what's your name? Jeffrey. Listen, a writer, black or white, doesn't have much of a chance. Right? Nobody wants a writer until he's dead. But to answer your real question, there's a greater chance for the black writer today than there ever has been.
The children asked him the same question I wanted answered. Why did he move to Paris?
Paris is very important to me because I was able to, I was able to take a deep breath, and I was able, this may sound a very corny way to put it, but I wanted to find out where being black ended where I began, or vice versa. I mean, that some things had happened to me because I was Jimmy, and some things had happened to me because I was black. And I wanted to find out how to get these things together. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life going around saying, you treat me that way because I'm black.
After attaining worldwide acclaim as a black writer, Baldwin wrote Giovanni's Room, an explicitly homosexual love story. His publishers in New York refused to print it for fear of alienating his newly acquired white, middle-class audience. Baldwin was furious and took the book to England for publication.
You published Giovanni's Room very early on in your...
I finished the book in 55.
And that, to deal with homosexuality was difficult. And you already were dealing with, you know, black writer. What made you decide to do that?
Well, one can say almost that I didn't have an awful lot of choice. It was something... Giovanni's Room comes out of something which tormented and frightened me, the question of my own sexuality. I used to know when I was younger, a great many men, boys, who were so terrified that they might have a homosexual, and, you know, they might be bisexual, or they might, you know, want to go, you know, want to go to bed with a man. You might be able to fall in love with a man. And they were so frightened of that they could never fall in love with anybody else, you know. They were so frightened of men they couldn't touch women. Giovanni's Room comes somewhere out of that.
Did you also feel that you wanted to get it on the record, your own homosexuality, early?
I don't know if that, well, I don't know if I wanted to get it on the record, but I wanted to confront it. I'm very glad that, you know, that was done, because it also simplified my life in another way, because it meant that I had no secrets. Nobody could blackmail me. You know, you didn't tell me, I told you.
James Baldwin is one of those lucky people who's never been unsure of his family's love. The oldest of 9 children, he was helped financially by the others during his struggling years in France. Now he's in the States more than in Europe, and with his family more often than not. With the success of his books, he was able to buy a Manhattan apartment building where his mother and several family members live now. Mrs. Baldwin's apartment is a center of activity for the whole family.
Did you think he was going to be as big a success and as important?
No, I didn't think that. But I knew that he had to write.
Barbara! Brothers and sisters and friends of the family were there. Nieces and nephews underfoot.
How's everybody?
He still can't upstage me now.
Conversation ran the gamut of subjects, but Baldwin's mood turned when we spoke of the American attitude toward blacks.
There's a price this republic exacts. Any black man or woman walking. And that is a crime. I paid for that crime in my life. And I don't believe my countrymen anymore. They will not do to him what they failed to do to me. I was 7 years old 47 years ago, and nothing has changed since then. Look. I don't mean it to you personally. I don't even know you. You know, I got nothing against you. I don't know you personally, but I know you historically. You can't have it both ways. You can't swear to the freedom of all mankind and put me in chains.
It sounds as if you believe that slavery put a curse on us somehow.
Well, it is a curse, you know. The American sense of reality is dictated by what Americans are trying to avoid. And if you're trying to avoid reality, how can you face it? You know, if you don't know what is going on in the ghettos of this nation, in the hearts and minds of women and men you see every day, you don't, first of all, in that case, you don't really know what's going on in your own heart and mind. And you have no way of knowing what's going on in the hearts and minds of millions of people on this globe.
You have told people, this nation in particular, a lot of what they don't want to hear.
Yeah, I have. I've tried. You never know. But I tried, yes, to, the song says, wake the children sleeping. You know, I'm supposed to be a disturber of the peace.
Still preaching, huh?
Yeah.
The following program is from NET, the National Educational Television Network.
Debate. James Baldwin versus William Buckley. Subject. Has the American dream been achieved at the expense of the American Negro? This debate was held recently at the Cambridge Union, Cambridge University, England, and was recorded for use by NET.
Well, here we are in the debating hall of the Cambridge Union. Hundreds of undergraduates and myself waiting for what could prove one of the most exciting debates in the whole 150 years of the Union history. It really, I don't think I've ever seen the Union so well attended. There are undergraduates everywhere. They're on the benches, they're on the floor, they're in the galleries, and there are a lot more outside clamoring to get in. Well, the motion that has drawn this huge crowd tonight is this, that the American dream has been achieved at the expense of the American Negro. The debate will open with two undergraduate speakers, one from each side, and then we shall have the first distinguished guest, Mr. James Baldwin, the well-known American novelist who's achieved a worldwide fame with his novel, Another Country. Then opposing the motion will be Mr. William Buckley, also an American, very well known as a conservative in the United States. I must stress a conservative in the American sense, author of a book called Up from Liberalism, and editor of the National Review, one of the early supporters of Senator Goldwater. Well, this is the setting of the debate, and at any moment now the President will be leading in his officers and his distinguished guests. He'll take his chair, and the debate will begin.
The motion before the House tonight is, the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. We propose to Mr. David Haycock of Pembroke College, and I oppose to Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College. Mr. James Baldwin will speak third. Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. will speak fourth. Mr. Haycock is the ear of the House.
Mr. President, sir, it is the custom of the House for the first speaker in any debate to extend a formal welcome to any visitors to the House. I can honestly say, however, that it is a very great honor to be able to welcome to the House this evening Mr. William Buckley and Mr. James Baldwin. Mr. William Buckley has the reputation of possibly being the most articulate conservative in the United States of America. He was a graduate of Yale, and he first gained a reputation for himself by publishing a book entitled God and Man and Yale. Since then, he has devoted himself to the secular, and this has included Norman Mailer, Kenneth Tynan, Mary McCarthy, and Fidel Castro, none of whom have come out of their confrontations unscathed. At present, his principal occupation is editing a right-wing newspaper in the United States entitled The National Review. Mr. James Baldwin is hardly in need of introduction. His reputation, both as a novelist and as an advocate of civil rights, is international. His third novel, Another Country, has been published as a paperback in England today. Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Buckley are both very welcome to the House this evening. Imagine, Mr. President, a society which above all values freedom and equality. A society in which artificial barriers to fulfillment and achievement are unheard of. A society in which a man may begin his life as a rail splitter and end it as president. A society in which all men are free in every sense of the word. Free to live where they choose, free to work where they choose. Equal in the eyes of the law and every public authority, and equal in the eyes of their fellows. A society, in fact, in which intolerance and prejudice are meaningless terms. Imagine, however, Mr. President, that a condition of this utopia has been the persistent and quite deliberate exploitation of 1/9 of its inhabitants. That 1 man in 9 has been denied those rights which the rest of that society takes for granted. That 1 man in 9 does not have the chance for fulfillment or realization of his innate potentialities. That 1 man in 9 cannot promise his children a secure future and unlimited opportunities. Imagine this, Mr. President, and you have what is, in my opinion, the bitter reality of the American dream. A few weeks ago, Martin Luther King had to hold a nonviolent demonstration in Selma, Alabama, in his drive to register Negro voters. By the end of the week of his demonstrations, he was able to write quite accurately in a national fundraising letter from Selma, Alabama jail, "There are more Negroes in prison with me than there are on the voting rolls." When King wrote that letter, 335 out of 32,700 Negroes in Dallas had the vote, 1% of the Dallas population. After a mass march to the courthouse, 237 Negroes, King among them, were arrested. The following day, 470 children who had deserted their classrooms to protest against King's arrest were charged with juvenile delinquency. 36 adults on the same day were charged with contempt of court for picketing the courthouse while State Circuit Court was in session. On the following day, 111 people were arrested on the same charge, despite their claim that they merely wanted to see the voting registrar. 400 students were arrested and taken to the armory, where many of them spent the night on a cold cement floor. The following day, the demonstration spread to Marion, Alabama. In Marion, Negroes outnumber whites by 11,500 to 6,000 people, and yet only 300 are registered to vote. Negroes in Marion were anxious to test the public accommodation section of the civil rights law. They entered a drugstore, and there they were served with Coca-Cola laced with salt, and were told that hamburgers had risen to $5 each. After the arrest of 15 Negroes for protesting against this treatment, 700 Negroes boycotted their classes next day and marched in orderly fashion to the jail. There they sang civil rights songs until they were warned by a state trooper that they would be arrested if they sung one more song. Of course, they sang another song, and of course, all 700 were arrested. American society has felt fit to use Negro labor. It has felt fit to use the blood of the Negro in 2 world wars. It has felt fit to listen to his music. It has felt fit to laugh at his jokes. And yet, as far as I'm concerned, it has never felt fit to give the American Negro a fair deal. And for this reason, Mr. President, I would beg leave to propose the motion that the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro.
I now call Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College to oppose the motion.
Now have Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College, who is the first undergraduate opposing the motion.
James Baldwin is well known as one of the most vivid and articulate writers about the Negro problem in America. Mr. Baldwin had a difficult childhood, and he has personally himself suffered discrimination and ill treatment in the South of America. And I would like to say at this time that it is not the purpose of this side of the House to condone that in any way at all. It is not our purpose to oppose civil rights. It is our purpose to oppose this motion. And thank you, sir. Come and collect your fee afterwards. This side of the House denies that the American dream has in any way been helped by this undoubted inequality and suffering of the Negro. We maintain that, in fact, it has hindered the American dream. And if there had been equality, if there had been true freedom of opportunity, the American dream would be very much more advanced than it is now. if the American dream has made any progress, and I think it has been made in spite of the suffering and inequality of the American Negro, and not because of it. Now, it is also implied from this motion that the American dream is encouraging and worsening the suffering of the American Negro. This is emphatically not the case. The American dream, the American economic prosperity and respect for civil liberties, has been the main factor in bringing about the undoubted improvement in race relations in America in the last 20 years. And Professor Arnold Rose, who is the author of The Negro in America, which is perhaps the definitive work on the subject, who is also a contributor to what was called a freedom pamphlet, so I should imagine that if he has any bias at all, it is in favor of the Negro. He said that this improvement in race relations will be seen in years to come as remarkably quick, and he has put it down to three main causes: increased industrialization and technical advance, the increased social mobility of the American people, and the economic prosperity. And I would put it to this House that industrialization and economic prosperity are two of the main ingredients of the American dream. And at the same time, again, I do not want to say that the Negro in America is treated fairly, but at the same time, the average per capita income of Negroes in America is exactly the same as the average per capita income of people in Great Britain. Now, I found that absolutely amazing, and I understand that some of you do as well. So I have got the reference here from the United States News and World Report of July the 22nd, 1963, in which it points out, this will have to be the last interruption I take, as time is running short.
Mr. President, on a point of information, is the Speaker talking of real income or money income?
Yeah, I'm talking of money. I'm talking of money income, and I would not wish to disguise that. I would also say that in terms of this, there are only 5 countries in the world where the income is higher than that of the American Negro, and they do not include countries like West Germany and France and Japan. Now, there are in America 35 Negro millionaires. There are Negro 6,000 doctors and so on. Now, I do not, by saying this, wish to emphasize that the Negro is fairly treated. I merely wish to try and convey a more realistic and objective account of the situation of the Negro. I agree that there are Negroes who are very poor indeed, such as the old gentleman in the South who was talking about some of his wealthier brethren. And he was saying, yes, some of these rich Negroes, they put on airs, they're like the bottom figure of a fraction. The bigger they try to be, the smaller they really are. I would repeat, Mr. President, sir, in the last minute I have, that this debate is not whether civil rights should be extended to American Negroes or not. If it were, it would be a very easy motion to argue for and a very easy motion to vote for. The debate tonight concerns whether the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. That is, whether the American Negro has paid for the American dream with his suffering, or whether the American dream has furthered Negro inequality. And I would deny both those two precepts. I would say that Negro inequality has hindered the American dream, and I would say that the American dream has been very important indeed in furthering civil rights and in furthering freedom for the American Negro. Mr. President, sir, I beg to oppose the motion.
It is now with very great pleasure and a very great sense of honour that I call Mr. James Baldwin to speak third to this motion.
Now we have Mr. James Baldwin, the star of the evening, who has been sitting, listening attentively, and getting a wonderful reception here in the Cambridge Union. Tremendous enthusiasm from all sides of the House for Mr. Baldwin, who has been listening to the arguments. Now will bring the voice of actual experience to the debate.
Good evening. I find myself, not for the first time, in
the position of a kind of Jeremiah. For example, I don't disagree with Mr. Burford that the inequality suffered by the American Negro population of the United States has hindered the American dream. Indeed, it has. I quarrel with some other things he has to say. The other, deeper element of a certain awkwardness I feel has to do with it has to do with one's point of view. I have to put it that way. One's sense, one's system of reality. It would seem to me that the proposition before the House, if I put it that way, is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro, or the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro, is a question hideously loaded, and that one's response to that question, or one's reaction to that question, has to depend on the effect on where you find yourself in the world, what your sense of reality is, what your system of reality is. That is, it depends on assumptions which we hold so deeply as to be scarcely aware of them. A white South African, or a Mississippi sharecropper, or a Mississippi sheriff, or a Frenchman driven out of Algeria, all have, at bottom, a system of reality which compels them to, for example, in the case of the French exile from Algeria, to defend French reasons for having ruled Algeria. The Mississippi or the Alabama sheriff, who really does believe when he's facing a Negro boy or girl that this woman, this man, this child must be insane to attack the system to which he owes his entire identity. Of course, for such a person, the proposition of which we're trying to discuss here tonight does not exist. And on the other hand, I have to speak as one of the people who've been most attacked by what we must now here call the Western or the European system of reality. What white people in the world, because the doctrine of white supremacy, I hate to say it here, comes from Europe. That's how it got to America. Beneath then, whatever one's reaction to this proposition is, has to be the question of whether or not civilizations can be considered as such equal, or whether one civilization has the right to overtake and subjugate and in fact to destroy another. Now what happens when that happens? Leaving aside all the physical facts which one can quote, leaving aside rape or murder, leaving aside the bloody catalog of oppression, which we are in one way too familiar with already, what this does to the subjugated, the most private, the most serious thing this does to the subjugated, is to destroy his sense of reality. It destroys, for example, his father's authority over him. His father can no longer tell him anything because the past has disappeared, and his father has no power in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic, and in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white, and since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you. The disaffection, the demoralization, and the gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime, so that presently you realize you're 30 and are having a terrible time managing to trust your countrymen. By the time you are 30, you have been through a certain kind of mill. And the most serious effect of the mill you've been through is, again, not the catalog of disaster. The policemen, the taxi drivers, the waiters, the landlady, the landlord, the banks, the insurance companies, the millions of details, 24 hours of every day, which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being. It is not that. It's by that time you've begun to see it happening in your daughter or your son or your niece or your nephew. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end. Now, we're speaking about expense. I suppose there are several ways to address oneself to some attempt to define what that word means here. Let me put it this way, that from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor. I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record. In another way, this dream, and we'll get to the dream in a moment, is at the expense of the American Negro. You watch this in the Deep South in great relief, but not only in the Deep South. In the Deep South, you are dealing with a sheriff or a landlord or a landlady or the girl at the Western Union desk. And she doesn't know quite who she's dealing with, by which I mean that if you're not part of the town, and if you are a northern nigger, it shows in millions of ways. So she simply knows that it's an unknown quantity, and she wants to have nothing to do with it. So she won't talk to you. You have to wait for a while to get your telegram. Okay, we all know this. We've been through it. And by the time you get to be a man, it's very easy to deal with. But what is happening in the poor woman, the poor man's mind, is this. They've been raised to believe, and by now they helplessly believe, that no matter how terrible their lives may be, and their lives have been quite terrible, and no matter how far they fall, no matter what disaster overtakes them, they have one enormous knowledge and consolation, which is like a heavenly revelation. At least they are not black. Now I suggest that of all the terrible things that can happen to a human being, that is one of the worst. I suggest that what's happened to white Southerners is in some ways, after all, much worse than what has happened to Negroes there. Because Sheriff Clark in Selma, Alabama cannot be considered, no one can be dismissed as a total monster. I'm sure he loves his wife, his children. I'm sure that, he likes to get drunk. He's, after all, one's got to assume, and he is visibly a man like me. But he doesn't know what drives him to use the club, to menace with the gun, and to use the cattle prod. Something awful must have happened to a human being to be able to put a cattle prod against a woman's breast, for example. What happens to the woman is ghastly. What happens to the man who does it is in some ways much, much worse. This is being done, after all, not 100 years ago, but in 1965, in a country which is blessed with what we call prosperity, a word we won't examine too closely, with a certain kind of social coherence, which calls itself a civilized nation and which espouses the notion of the freedom of the world. And it is perfectly true from the point of view now simply of an American Negro. Any American Negro watching this, no matter where he is, from the vantage point of Harlem, which is another terrible place, has to say to himself, in spite of what the government says we can't do anything about it. But those are white people being murdered in Mississippi work farms, being carried off to jail. Those are white children running up and down the streets. The government would find some way of doing something about it. We have a civil rights bill now. We had an amendment, the 15th Amendment, nearly 100 years ago. I hate to sound again like an Old Testament prophet, but if the amendment was not honored then, I don't have any reason for believing the civil rights bill will be honored now. And after all, one's been there since before, a lot of other people got there. If one has got to prove one's title to the land, isn't 400 years enough? 400 years, at least 3 wars. The American soil is full of the corpses of my ancestors. Why is my freedom or my citizenship or my right to live there, how is it conceivably a question now? And I suggest further that in the same way, the moral life of Alabama sheriffs and poor Alabama ladies, white ladies, their moral lives have been destroyed by the plague called color, that the American sense of reality has been corrupted by it. At the risk of sounding excessive, what I always felt when I finally left the country, found myself abroad in other places, and watched Americans abroad. And these are my countrymen, and I do care about them. And even if I didn't, there is something between us. We have the same shorthand. I know, when I look at a girl or a boy from Tennessee, where they came from in Tennessee, and what that means. No Englishman knows that, no Frenchman, no one in the world knows that except another black man who comes from the same place. But one watches these lonely people denying the only kin they have. We talk about integration in America as though it was some great new conundrum. The problem in America is that we've been integrated for a very long time. Put me next to any African, and you will see what I mean. And my grandmother was not a rapist. What we are not facing
Finding where you fit. LinkedIn knows how.
is the results of what we've done. What one begs the American people to do for all our sakes is simply to accept our history. I was there not only as a slave, but also as a concubine. One knows the power, after all, which can be used against another person if you've got absolute power over that person. It seemed to me when I watched Americans in Europe that what they didn't know about Europeans was what they didn't know about me. They weren't trying, for example, to be nasty to the French girl or rude to the French waiter. They didn't know they hurt their feelings. They didn't have any sense that this particular woman, this particular man, though they spoke another language and had different manners and ways, was a human being. And they walked over them with the same kind of bland ignorance, condescension, charming and cheerful, with which they'd always patted me on the head and called me shine, and were upset when I was upset. What is relevant about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those are the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem, downtown, the world agrees. What you see is much bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy, safe. You're not. And you go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter-image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way they'd never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro, for the first time, a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, that is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room, and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels, so that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation, and in spite of the Johnson landslide, is the one that's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I'm a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, which had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it. Presently, the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply are going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until that moment, until the moment comes when we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
Tremendously moving moment now, the whole of the Union standing and applauding this magnificent speech of James Baldwin. Never seen this happen before in the Union in all the years that I have known it. Baldwin is smiling, obviously delighted by his reception, tremendously moved by it.
I am now very grateful and very pleased to be able to call on Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. to speak forth to this motion.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley, who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved
Thank you, Mr.
by the
President.
eloquence and
Baldwin.
personal experience of the preceding speaker.
Haycock, Mr. Burford, gentlemen. It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his copious literature of protest, the one that is most striking involves, in effect, the refusal of the American community to treat him other than as a Negro. The American community has refused to do this. The American community, almost everywhere he goes, treats him with the kind of unction, the kind of satisfaction at posturing carefully for his flagellations of our civilization, that indeed, quite properly, commands the contempt which he so eloquently showers upon us. It is impossible, in my judgment, to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to deal with him as a white man. Unless one is prepared to say to him, the fact that your skin is black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise. The fact that you sit here, as is your rhetorical device, and lay the entire weight of the Negro ordeal on your own shoulders is irrelevant to the argument that we are here to discuss. The gravamen of Mr. Baldwin's charges against America are not so much that our civilization has failed him and his people, that our ideals are insufficient, but that we have no ideals. That our ideals rather are some sort of a superficial coating which we come up with at any given moment in order to justify whatever commercial and noxious experiment we are engaged in. Thus, Mr. Baldwin can write his book, The Fire Next Time, in which he threatens America. He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity for us to jettison our entire civilization. The only thing that the white man has that the Negro should want, he said, is power. And he is treated from coast to coast in the United States with a kind of unctuous
doesn't choose to give way. The interrupter must, and he has done. The interrupter is now set down.
Goes beyond anything that was ever expected from the most servile Negro creature by a Southern family. I propose to pay him the honor this night of saying to him, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to speak to you without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in virtue of the fact that you are a Negro. And here we need to ask the question, what in fact shall we do about it, Mr. President? What shall we in America try to do, for instance, to eliminate those psychic humiliations which I join Mr. Baldwin in believing are the very worst aspects of this discrimination? You found it a source of considerable mirth to laugh away the statistics of my colleague, Mr. Burford. I don't think they are insignificant. They are certainly not insignificant in a world which attaches a considerable importance to material progress. It is, in fact, the case that 7/10 of the white income of the United States is equal to the income that is made by the average Negro. I don't think this is an irrelevant statistic, ladies and gentlemen. It takes the capitalization $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 per job in the United States. This is a capitalization that was not created exclusively as a result of Negro travail. My great-grandparents worked too. Presumably yours worked also. I don't know of anything that has ever been created without the expense of something. All of you who hope for a diploma here are going to do that at the expense of a considerable amount of effort. And I would thank you, please not to belie the fact that a considerable amount of effort went into the production of a system which grants a greater degree of material well-being to the American Negro than that is enjoyed by 95% of the other peoples of the human race. But even so, to the extent that your withering laughter suggested here that you found this a contemptible observation, I agree. I don't think it matters that there are 35 millionaires among the Negro community. If there were 20 million millionaires among the Negro community of the United States, I would still agree with you that we have a dastardly situation. But I'm asking you not to make politics as the crow flies, to use the fleeted phrase of Professor Oakeshott, but rather to consider what, in fact, is it that we Americans ought to do? What are your instructions that I'm to take back to the United States, my friend? I want to know what it is that we should do, and especially I want to know whether it is time, in fact, to abandon the American dream as it has been defined by Mr. Haycock and Mr. Burford. What, in fact, is it that we ought to do, for instance, to avoid two humiliations mentioned by Mr. Baldwin as being a part of his own experience during his lifetime. At the age of 12, you will find on reading his book, he trespassed outside the ghetto of Harlem and was taken by the scruff of the neck by a policeman on 42nd Street and Madison Avenue and said, "Here, you nigger, go back to where you belong." 15, 20 years later, he goes in and asks for a Scotch whiskey at the airport at Chicago and is told by the white barman that he is obviously underage and under the circumstances cannot be served. I know from your faces that you share with me the feeling of compassion and the feeling of outrage that this kind of thing should have happened. What, in fact, are we going to do to this policeman? And what, in fact, are we going to do to this barman? How are we going to avoid the kind of humiliations that are perpetually visited on members of a minority race? Obviously, the first element is concern. We've got to care that it happens. We have got to do what we can to change the warp and woof of moral thought in society in such fashion as to try to make it happen less and less. Let me urge this point to you, which I can do with authority, my friends, the only thing that I can tonight. And that is to tell you that in the United States, there is a concern for the Negro problem. Now, if you get up to me and say... if you get up to me and say, well, now, is there the kind of concern that we, students of Cambridge, would show if the problem were our own? All I can say is I don't know. It may very well be that there has been some sort of a sunburst of moral enlightenment that has hit this community, so as to make it predictable that if you were the governors of the United States, the situation would change overnight. I'm prepared to grant this as a form of courtesy, Mr. President. But meanwhile, I am saying to you that the engines of concern in the United States are working. The presence of Mr. Baldwin here tonight is in part a reflection of that concern. You cannot go to a university in the United States, a university in the United States presumably also governed by the Lord Spiritual, as you are, in which Mr. Baldwin is not the toast of the town. You cannot go to a university of the United States in which practically all other problems of public policy are preempted by the primary policy of concern for the Negro. I challenge you to name me another civilization, anytime, anywhere in the history of the world, in which the problems of a minority, which have been showing considerable material and political advancement, is as much a subject of dramatic concern as it is in the United States. Let me just say finally, ladies and gentlemen, this. There is no instant cure for the race problem in America. And anybody who tells you that there is a charlatan and ultimately a boring man. Boring precisely because he is then speaking in the kind of abstractions that do not relate to the human experience. The trouble in America where the Negro community is concerned is a very complicated one. I urge those of you who have an actual rather than a purely ideologized interest in the problem to read the book Beyond the Melting Pot by Professor Glaser, also co-author of The Lonely Crowd, a prominent Jewish intellectual, who points to the fact that the situation in America where the Negroes are concerned is extremely complex as a result of an unfortunate conjunction of two factors. One is the dreadful efforts to perpetuate discrimination by many individual American citizens as a result of their lack of that final and ultimate concern which some people are truly trying to agitate. The other is as a result of the failure of the Negro community itself to make certain exertions which were made by other minority groups during the American experience. If you can stand a statistic not of my own making, let me give you one which Professor Glaser considers as relevant. He says, for instance, in 1900, there were 3,500 Negro doctors in America. In 1960, there were 3,900, an increase in 400. Is this because there were no opportunities, as has been suggested by Mr. Haycock and also by Mr. Baldwin implicitly? No, says Professor Glaser. There are a great many medical schools who are by no means practice discrimination, who are anxious to receive and to train Negro doctors. There are scholarships available to put them through, but in fact that particular energy, which he remarks was so noticeable in the Jewish community and to a certain and lesser extent in the Italian national community, for some reason is not there. We should focus on the necessity to animate this particular energy, but he comes to the conclusion, which strikes me as plausible, that the people who can best do it, who can do it most effectively, are Negroes themselves. Let me conclude by reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, that where the Negro is concerned, the danger, as far as I can see at this moment, is that they will seek to reach out for some sort of radical solutions on the basis of which the true problem is obscured. They have done a great deal to focus on the fact of white discrimination against the Negroes. They have done a great deal to agitate a moral concern, but where, in fact, do they go now? They seem to be slipping, if you will read carefully, for instance, the words of Mr. Bayard Rustin, towards some sort of a Procrustean formulation which ends up less urging the advancement of the Negro than the regression of the white people. 14 times as many people in New York City born of Negroes are illegitimate as of whites. This is a problem. How shall we address it? By seeking out laws that encourage illegitimacy in white people? This, unfortunately, tends to be the rhetorical momentum that some of their arguments are taking.
One thing you might do, Mr. Buckley, is let them vote in Mississippi.
I agree. I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, and for except lest I appear too ingratiating, which is hardly my objective here tonight. I think actually what is wrong in Mississippi, sir, is not that not enough Negroes are voting, but that too many white people are voting. Booker T. Washington said, Booker T. Washington said that the important thing where Negroes are concerned is not that they hold public office, but that they be prepared to hold public office. Not that they vote, but that they be prepared to vote. What are we going to do with the Negroes? Having taught the Negroes in Mississippi to despise Barnett, Ross Barnett, shall we then teach them to emulate their cousins in Harlem and adore Adam Clayton Powell, Jr.? It is much more complicated, sir, than simply the question of giving them the vote. If I were myself a constituent of the community of Mississippi at this moment, what I would do is vote to lift the standards of the vote so as to disqualify 65% of the white people who are presently voting. Not simply to give the... Now, I say then that what we need is a considerable amount of frankness that acknowledges that there are two sets of difficulties. The difficulties of the white person who acts as white people and brown people and black people do all over the world to protect their own vested interests, who have, as all of the races in the entire world have, and suffer from a kind of a racial narcissism which tends always to convert every contingency into such a way as to maximize their own power. That, yes, we must do. But we must also reach through to the Negro people and tell them that their best chances are in a mobile society. And the most mobile society in the world today, my friends, is the United States of America. The most mobile society of the United States, in the world is the United States of America, and it is precisely that mobility which will give opportunities to the Negroes which they must be encouraged to take. But they must not, in the course of their ordeal, be encouraged to adopt the kind of cynicism, the kind of despair, the kind of iconoclasm that is urged upon them by Mr. Baldwin in his recent works. Because of one thing, I can tell you, I believe with absolute authority, that where the United States is concerned, if it ever becomes a confrontation between a continuation of our own sort of idealism, the private stock of which, granted, like most people in the world, we tend to lavish only every now and then on public enterprises, reserving it so often for our own irritations and pleasures. But the fundamental friend of the Negro people in the United States is the good nature, and is the generosity, and is the good wishes, is the decency, the fundamental decency that do lie at the reserves of the spirit of the American people. These must not be laughed at, and under no circumstances must they be laughed at, and under no circumstances must America be addressed and told that the only alternative to the status quo is to overthrow that civilization which we consider to be the faith of our fathers, the faith indeed of your fathers. This is what must animate whatever meliorism must come, because if it does finally come to a confrontation, a radical confrontation between giving up what we understand to be the best features of the American way of life, which at that level is indistinguishable so far as I can see from the European way of life, then we will fight the issue. And we will fight the issue not only in the Cambridge Union, but we will fight it as you were once recently called to do on beaches and on hills and on mountains and on landing grounds. And we will be convinced that just as you won the war against a particular threat to civilization, you were nevertheless waging a war in favor of and for the benefit of Germans, your own enemies, just as we are convinced that if it should ever come to that kind of a confrontation, our own determination to win the struggle will be a determination to wage a war not only for whites, but also for Negroes.
Will the tellers take their places, please? They voted in favor of the motion being that the American dream is at the expense of the Negro. They voted in favor of that motion 544 persons and against 164 persons. The motion is therefore carried by 380 votes. I declare the House to stand adjourned.
With new Diamond weave texture. Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better so you can use less.
Get tickets now for the magical, musical, movie event.
It's time.
In theaters March 21st.
This is my kingdom.
なんとなく生きてんじゃないですか。迷ってんじゃないですか。生き生きしたい。簡単ですよ。過去のことを思っちゃダメだよ。なんであんなことしたんだろうって怒りに変わってくるから。未来のことも思っちゃダメ。大丈夫かな。ああ、不安になってくるでしょ。ならば一生懸命一つのところに命をかける。そうだ。今ここを生きていけばみんな生き生きするぞ。諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだ。そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ諦めたら周りのこと思えよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバーギブアップ。
We are back and better than ever. We have an epic video in store for you guys. We're in the kitchen with Yaki Awakened. How's it going?
Doing good, feeling good. Appreciate you bringing me here. This is amazing.
Yeah, so stoked to have you here. So you're going to show us what exactly you eat in a day and share all your knowledge. There's going to be so much inspiration in this. So let's hop into it.
All right, so I only eat after 12, so I break my fast or breakfast at 12 p.m. So we usually around like 1 o'clock is when I really eat everything. So when I first wake up in the morning, I make sure I do my Celtic salt. I make sure I do my shots. And then what I do is I put it in water. After that, I do my workout. I always work out in a fasted state. I do all my exercises in a fasted state. Then around 1 o'clock is when I eat my first meal. My first meal is always a dragon fruit bowl. Always a dragon fruit bowl. So the thing I love about dragon fruits is actually very low on the glycemic index. It's glycemically low. It's around